up, weirdos? Oh god. Ah! Where am I? I'm too ugly for stream. The fuck, NVIDIA? Hello? You guys can hear me though, right? Hey! Fucking NVIDIA, you little bitch. God. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Please. I was just kidding. I was just kidding, please. I'm sorry. Please. What? Okay. I'm sorry, NVIDIA. I will never badmouth you again. Anyway, hi Wambi, hi Edie, how are you? Good morning, good evening, good night. How have y'all been today? How have you been doing? Is it a good day? Bad day? I got a key for this game. And from what I can tell, it's like a story game. It's not gonna auto capture, is it? There it is. Okay. I don't keep up on my Mother Teresa. Shit, so. Fuck, bye now. Let me look at. Oh! So you've not been having a chill day. Yeah, I don't know shit about Mother Teresa. I know what she looks like, and that's the extent of my knowledge. Hold on, there was like a press thing I'm supposed to. Fact sheet, yeah. Okay, so I'm supposed to read you guys the description. Yeah, she's like a nice lady who took care of people, allegedly. Why would that not be more widely known? What that widely widely. Okay, so yeah, this game is like a choose your own adventure thing about corporate America and conspiracies and shit. And it's like a I'm pretty sure I could fuck up. Oh no, I'm just gonna fucking start it. We're starting it. We're going in. My name. The nose ring theory one? There are 3 deaths. The first is when the body ceases to function. The second is when the body is consigned to the grave. The third is that moment, sometime in the future, when your name is spoken for the last time. Okay. Game. Get me all up in my fucking depresso. Do you not have audio? What is this? No, it does. Okay, it's just quiet. Scree! What? Yeah, why'd you send me the nose ring one? You trying to tell me something? You think I make everything about my trauma? An all too familiar screeching reverberates inside your brain. The noise comes in waves, the pain follows suit. You try your best to ignore both, but the mere fact you've acknowledged the awful sound means it's already won. Your phone alarm is much too loud to ignore. Defeated. Your eyelids peel apart like sheets of rotting Velcro, blinking back a bad night's bleary haze. You lie in bed, awake against your consent. The room is almost pitch black, save for the intermittent flashing of your phone's screaming screen. A rancid, if routine stench of unwashed bedsheets bids you a bittersweet good morning. Wash your sheets then, bitch! God. You're home. For better or worse. Mostly the latter these days. Just once, you wish you'd wake up somewhere else instead. Okay, Just once, you wish time would ask permission before racing ahead. But your phone doesn't care about what you want. I didn't think I was gonna get fucking... Scream! The insufferable screeching drills deeper into your skull. You throw back your dirty blankets blindly, reaching for the misbegotten beast. Oh, I have to, like, hold it? Okay. I like the Art Deco vibe. The slab of thumb-smudged plastic feels comfortable in your palm. Most call the device ancient, but to you, it's cozy and familiar, like an old, if outdated, friend. No oversized touchscreen, no fancy graphics card for mobile games, no constant access to so-or-so G network. Just a simple tool with a cute antenna that still allows you time to disconnect. You've always appreciated the old and the analog, despite the wider world's obsession with digitized progress. Your sincerity and physicality, a warmth to an object's weight. You'll cling to this relic as long as you can. Sensible upgrades, be damned. Sounds like me. I have a fucking, Victrola as my turntable. All of my books are old. I've acquired an old cell phone. You fiddle with the phone, desperate to stop the alarm, but no matter which button you press, the shrieking will not end. That's because this isn't your alarm at all. It's your ringtone. Squinting in the darkness, you barely make out the caller's ID. It's your aunt/landlady, technically speaking. Hopefully just your aunt today. The woman is exhausting enough when she isn't asking for rent payments, no matter how overdue they are. Still, should you really ignore a call from the one person still willing to support you between jobs? Do we answer her? Wombi, what do you think? Do we answer? AD's probably just gonna say, nah, hang up on that bitch. Fuck that bitch. Yeah, we can't deal with Auntie right now. Fuck this lady. You run your thumb over the decline button, yet as if swayed by your own sleepy stupor, it smudges the wrong key. You hope whoever invented the speakerphone setting is either unhappy or dead. Ideally, both. We got cock-blocked.
Así mi clamo.
Hey there, sweetie. Sorry for calling you out of the blue. Hope I'm not interrupting lunch. Yeah, we're definitely eating lunch right now. Scratchy... Oh, God. Hold on. Hold on. I know how to pronounce words. Facsimile. Yep. I didn't pause at all there. The scratchy facsimile of her bombastically bombastic side! Her bombastically condescending voice greets you on the line's other end. No mistaking your dear auntie. But what's this about lunch? You flick on a light and glance towards your microwave's LED clock display. Sparky! Thank you for your prime. I appreciate it. You helped us hit our sub goal! Ow! I squinted too hard. How are you, Sparky? Thank you! Enjoy. It's not a potato, it's a seed, I promise. Enjoy your little seed. Because you're a baby subscriber. It really does look like a potato. What did I do to my eye? I squinted too hard. Do you like story games? We're locking in for some story time. You flick on a light and glance towards your microwave's LED clock display. A shameful number stares back from the room's abyss. 1:29 p.m. You wince and make up a half-baked lie, pretending to talk with your mouth full. Your aunt doesn't seem to buy it. Stories, yes. This game is releasing in a couple hours. And by a couple hours, I mean 9. And we have new emotes! Enjoy the new emotes, Sparky! I completely forgot. We have so many fucking new emotes. Because our new bestie prac is amazing. Well, I'm sure you're very busy with job applications today, so I'll get straight to the point. Do you have any idea when you'll be able to send me last month's rent? I know money's been tight lately, but it's already the 31st. 1 missed payment is bad enough, but 2? Shit, landlady it is. Yeah. You feel yourself deflate, glancing to the I can't read today. Glancing to the tower of rejected job applications standing proud and precarious upon your messy desk. The top sheet almost grazes your modest apartment ceilings. Your aunt suggested to print each refusal, claiming they'd make your eventual hiring all the more rewarding. Damn! You found that harder and harder to believe ever since the letter started to outnumber the dollars in your bank account.
Así mi clamo.
Sweetie, do you have some kind of estimate for me? I would really need an answer today. You have no choice, beg for more time to pay. Lie to her, everything is... Do we lie or do we say we have... to wait? I'm leaning towards the lie. Don't lie. Don't. Lying is bad. Okay, lying is bad. We're gonna beg. Because we're bottoms. You swallow your pride. It goes down easy. There isn't much left. There's a typo there. For the 100th, 1000th, millionth time, you swear to send your aunt the money the second you get a steady paycheck. Until then, there's no way you can conjure cash out of thin air. An uncomfortable silence lingers over your phone speaker. After several torturous seconds, a disappointed sigh comes through. Sweetie, I let you rent that place to give you a second chance, not to keep enabling this shameful, do-nothing behavior of yours. Honestly, I'd be more than willing to forgive delays if I knew you were actually trying, but you can't expect me to leave. You've been pulling yourself up by the bootstraps and giving this job hunt all you've got when you've been living in a pigsty for the past year. Damn! Pigsty? You deflect the woman's accusations, blabbering in desperate denial. But as your eyes drift over the sorry state of your apartment, your ramblings soon turn to tragic silence. You've been immune to the stench for a few months now, but no amount of time will ever make you blind to the altars of wretchedness your neglect has erected. Who? On the floor, at your desk, in the kitchen, and even in your fridge. The outdated contraption hums like a thermonuclear lawnmower, even though you know damn well it's not keeping anything cold. Maybe ketchup packets if you're lucky. Crumpled socks. Crumpled stacks of crusty laundry litter the unmopped ground like landmines in an active war zone. At your desk, flies swarm. Styrofoam containers amalgamate themselves into awkwardly unstable modern art installations. Your large one can barely be referred to as the Leaning Tower of Takeout. Oh wait, no, I didn't do the kitchen. In the kitchen, filthy cookware overflows from your sink, bathed in rancid dishwater. I can smell that. A layer of film has formed on the surface, thick as the crust of a creme brulee. I'm not gonna eat creme brulee anymore. Thanks. Pigsty or not, there's no denying that this whole unemployment business has been taking a serious toll. One that's gone on long enough for your aunt's pity to become well-deserved contempt. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? It's not your fault those stupid companies won't hire overqualified geniuses. She's right, you're scum, worse than scum. Oh god, you're sick of pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. Can someone else pull them for you? Do we bitch out? Do we self-deprecate? Or do we deflect? It's clearly we're obviously a genius. Then the self-deprecation, okay. She's right. You're scum. Worse than scum. She should just evict you and get it over with. You throw yourself into a dramatic tirade, detailing your utter lack of worth, the hopelessness of human existence, and the filthy trash-strewn ditch you deserve to die in, preferably alone. By the time your aunt gets a word in edgewise, your face is slick with tears and mucus, your heart tied into painful knots.
Así mi clamo.
Enough! I'm sorry, alright? I didn't mean to be so harsh. Now calm down, please. Sounds like she's begging out of irritation than out of worry for your well-being, but you listen nonetheless, taking time to control your breathing and wipe away strings of snot. The phone crackles with warbled noise as your aunt lets out a groan.
Jimena Gomi.
Good grief. I know this mental health nonsense. Oh god. Guys, don't ever do this to anyone. I know this mental health nonsense you keep talking about is a big deal. You have got to get it together and take action somehow. You can't keep using mood swings as an excuse to escape responsibility. That choice will get you nowhere. You have acquired clinical depression! Oh my god, yes! Just what I wanted! This game early! You brace yourself as the woman prepares to deliver her most frequent, most frustrating spiel. You could probably repeat it word for word if ever you were held at gunpoint.
Binge matani.
That's so funny to me. Remember, sweetie, in our world, choices matter. The big ones and the small ones. We can't always take those decisions back, and we can't control their consequences either, which means we have to choose carefully. You, most certainly, have not been doing that. But if you have any intention of getting yourself out of this mess, you need to start making the right decisions, and soon. You hang your head and nod, gulping down your last trickle of self-respect. Hearing this speech frequently doesn't make it any easier to hear. Anywho, enough of that! The real reason I'm calling is because I might have an opportunity for you. This bitch. She could have just started with that. dying of dysentery. You could tell by her inflection that she means a job opportunity. Your reaction is practically Pavlovian. You salivate at the thought of your unrelenting financial woes finally coming to an end. You grip the cell phone tighter, aching with anticipation. I'm shaking with anticipation. See, there's this problem employee at our company. He works at one of the local branches, right next to where you live. The man has a terrible attitude and is even more terrible when it comes to, well, whatever it is you think we do over there. Yeah, I'd be like, I'm not gonna start with me fixing the job. I'm gonna complain that you don't have one, and then offer you the fix. You picture her limply waving a wrist in some vague, dismissive pattern. More of the highly confidential stuff she can't share but brags about anyway. Not that you're entirely sure what your aunt actually does for a living to begin with. Something to do with human resources. Maybe? Yeah, she's like, I'm gonna help you get clinical depression. But I'll fix it. You know, I'll give you the sad. Needless to say, we'll be laying off the little sourpuss as soon as a fitting replacement is found. We need that replacement fast. Company has a big business deal coming up. We can't afford to be short on staff right now. Luckily, I happen to know a certain someone in dire need of a job, and this position happens to be entry level. No major qualifications needed. It even comes with a sterling letter of recommendation from yours truly. Now, this won't be an easy job. Supervisors are very strict and the anxiety has a way of following you home. But so long as you nail the interview, you've basically guaranteed stable income for as long as you need it. Smyrna Corp isn't prone to random layoffs. I wish that's what my job was like. So how about it, sweetie? Shall I schedule something for you? Do we decline because she gave us clinical depression, or do we go to the interview? I'd be like, I can't do this right now. I feel like it's gonna cockblock us either way, and we're probably gonna have to do the job. We're randomly laying off this girl, but we aren't prone to random layoffs. It's not a layoff, though. A layoff's like a lot of people. This is just one person getting fired. Okay, we are going to the interview. We're not gonna be dumb. Okay. High stress environment or not, it beats homelessness by a country mile. You agree to the offer with ravenous insistence. The woman breathes a sigh of relief and lets out a nervous laugh. It almost sounds like she's in ecstatic disbelief. Oh, thank goodness. You have no idea what it means to hear you say that, dear. You're literally saving my life. Well, you gave me clinical depression, so it's the least I can do, right? You should probably be the one telling her that, but you won't complain about receiving gratitude instead of a judgment for once. Without missing a beat, your aunt hammers out at her computer's keyboard, drafting you an email. You clamber your way out of bed, tripping over day-old takeout and mounds of dirty underwear as you rush toward your laptop. I've booked the earliest appointment I could possibly find. You should get an email with the time, address, and job description soon. Be sure to read everything carefully and do not be late. Mr. Burgard will skin me alive if I send him another unpunctual idiot. Probably should not send me. I'm like consistently 5 to 10 minutes late. Oh, and make sure not to mention that whole depression nonsense. Oh, depression nonsense. During the interview, it might make Mr. Burgard think he needs to fix you. Well, I wasn't depressed until you got here. Just say. Fix you? She needs a therapist. Rather than offer answers, your aunt whispers farewell. Good luck, sweetie. I hope you'll forgive me for this. Forgive? What? Forgive you? What are you signing me up for? And you couldn't hear that, I don't think, but the line goes deathly silent, save for a droning dial tone. Get an urge to call her back, but that ding of an invitation appearing in your inbox catches your attention first. Uh-oh. Your interview is today, at 4 p.m. sharp, no less. You curse under your breath, rushing to shower and get dressed. Your stack of rejection letters gets knocked over by your charge and scatters across the room in a whirlwind of standard issue responses. You beg with every fiber of your being not to come home with a new failure to add onto the pile. We're in the waiting room. Oh my god, guys. The packed, full city transit bus comes to a creaking stop right in front of an old building you've never seen before. Shoving your way past crowded commuters, you step onto an empty sidewalk. The vehicle roars away, fading into the misty afternoon and leaving you utterly alone. You briefly wonder if getting off here was a mistake. You review your aunt's documents, poring over the civic number, street name, and postal code, as though every character were the cipher to some secret code. By the time you finish your third revision, you're forced to concede this must be the right address, but it's not remotely what you expected. Nestled between two gleaming skyscrapers sits a much smaller, much stranger building. There's the unnerving facade. Glazed gray brickwork and pale-veined marble unite to form a vast web of extravagant monochrome patterns. But despite all the details, the sum total still gives off a sense of cold, calculated purpose. Almost like archaic? Are they going for archaic? Yeah, I don't know. Graffiti artists were hired to redesign a palliative care center. Decorative windows. As you climb the front steps, a set of circular, gold-tinted portholes stare down at you. They are unblinking like the eyes of a giant deep-sea squid. The glass is too opaque to see through, yet you suspect someone is on the other side, watching you approach. Massive front gates, made from half-ton hunks of glistening cast iron, the double doors have been decorated with an intricate bas-relief of skyscrapers swimming in fog. Bit ironic for such a stout little edifice. And the bronze door knocker, alloy been smelted into the shape of crowned king's severed head. The object looks so realistic you're scared it will be warm and wet to the touch. Unfortunately, you see no keypads, handles, or ID scanners that would allow for easier entry. Okay. The local branch of Smirnocore is only 4 stories tall, yet feels impossibly imposing. Why am I envisioning? Y'all play, fuck. What's it called? Oh god. Where's my brother? It was a fucking computer game. It was like Toontown. Did you guys play Toontown? Okay. Why am I envisioning the Toontown buildings where you like fucking throw the pies at the corporate guys? That's what I feel this building looks like. You're thinking of the Up House? No, the Up House was cute. It's caught between outdated aesthetics and timeless sensibilities, somehow both outrageous yet invisibly subtle, as a event to be forgotten at a passing glance and to haunt those whose gazes linger. You suspected you may be underdressed. Your clothes aren't filthy, of course. If anything, you're rather chic, or at least they used to be. Neither time nor depression have been kind to your apparel. For all the class your best outfit once had, overuse has worn it down to a discolored, threadbare husk. Meanwhile, lack of money, motivation, and belief you're worthy of nice things has prevented you from buying new clothes for the better part of 2 years. Me. Regardless, what you've got will have to do. The hour of your interview approaches, and you won't have cash to afford a better outfit until this job is yours. $7 years? Is it like a you deserve it 7 years, or like a stupid drug charge kind of bullshit thing? You don't have to tell me here, you can DM it to me if you want. Or you don't have to DM me if you don't want. You know. Reach for the knocker and bang it again. Oh, bang me against the door. The bronze object booms against the iron gates even harder than your thumping heart. Moments later, something clicks and a latch comes undone. The doors groan themselves open, inviting you inside. You step into the building and are greeted by what seems to be a 5-star hotel's reception area. The room is utterly massive, with high ceilings that would rival a Renaissance church's cavernous belly. Its windows let no sunshine through, and no fluorescent light bulbs fill it with their pale glare. There are just low-hanging chandeliers and an array of green-glassed banker lamps bathing the room in burnt orange. The upholstered sofas and coffee tables dot the space like islands, forming a winding path that leads to the room's distant depths. A woman stands behind a desk, flanked on each side by grillage elevators. The sharp machine gun clatter of her mechanical keyboard echoes across the room. Being a Minecraft? What? I don't know. I know not what that means. Oh, so it's a good in jail. Okay. You appreciate the old and analog, but Smyrnacorp's apparent fondness is downright ridiculous. Hopefully, the receptionist won't feel the same way about your subpar outfit. Pretend to be confident, stride over like you own the place. Are we gonna be meek or confident? Why did this move? Hold on. Also, this game is so white you can't see most of my shit. We're being confident. Meekly okay. We're gonna be a confident sub. Pretend to be confident, stride over like you own the place. With a little luck, it'll read as self-assurance instead of total fucking delusion. The dim lighting becomes dimmer the further you go, and thick shadows close in on you like claustrophobic walls. Wall-to-wall carpeting squishes under your feet, and an unfamiliar ammonia aroma assails your flared nostrils. Whatever they used to clean the place smells strong enough to double as a bioweapon, but still isn't enough to erase the lingering stench of cigarette smoke. Because that shit doesn't come out no matter what the fuck you do. The off-putting odor does suit the outdated decor, however. Except for those unsettling sculptures carved into the room's concrete support pillars. Disturbing shapes that assail you from all sides, emerging from the shadows like pretentious interpretations of 21st century demons. On your left, headless and nude bodies are contorted in pain as veins sprout through their skin like a tree's sprawling roots. On your right, a bleak rendition of what you assume to be Babel's Tower has been built out of steel girders, electrical wiring, and bones. Up ahead, you see human skulls whose scalps have exploded, revealing interwoven helixes, DNA strands, and binary code. Sounds sick. What happened to good old-fashioned gargoyles? Unsettled by your surroundings, your eyes drift back to the woman working the reception desk. There are letters engraved in the wall above her, spelling out a slogan in twinkling silver font. Memore perpetuus I don't fucking speak Latin. It's that. You don't know much about corporate branding, let alone Smyrnacorp's specific suite of services, but you're not sure how effective that cryptic slogan must be. Hold on. I'm gonna Google what it means. ChatGPT, come here. Okay, so it says memory. Okay. A change of everlasting memory or a change into everlasting memory. Is what that means, I guess. You hoped your aunt's documents would have provided insight. Instead, they were mostly full of vapid statements about connecting modern business with industry-leading talent, or some such variation of the standard corporate tripe. You wave hello to the receptionist, but she doesn't even flinch. Her gaze remains glazed over, wholly focused on her work. She's younger than you first thought. Maybe 30. Likely not quite. Sickly pale, with sleep-deprived bags under her eyes, each one darker than the acrylic of her tidy black turtleneck. Her hair is knotted into a dainty bun, her fingers devoid of polisher rings. They move across her keyboard like demented tap dancers. Wait. No, not her keyboard. Her typewriter. It's a really, really old one made from brass, black plastic, and way too many moving parts. A relic from the 1800s that looks like it barely scraped through both world wars. And you thought your laptop was getting old. There's also a small desk bell glimmering on the counter. Maybe you should... Do we ring it? Do we say hi or ring it? Stinky in here. There's a tater. It smells like... I don't know if you can even fucking hear me sniff like Prac does, but... Stanky. We're dinging it, we're ringing it, okay? Ding! A pleasant ding resounds like clinking champagne glasses. The woman's head snaps forward as though struck by an electric shock. She flashes you a beaming, not quite pearl-white smile. Flaming dog poop. Is that what it smells like in here? Welcome to Smyrna Corp. Do you have an appointment? The words barely seep through the woman's gritted teeth. Her grin is so tight it hurts to watch. But there's no trace of frustration. She's the dictionary definition of too friendly, made uncomfortably manifest. Unsettled, you stumble your way through an explanation of your aunt's referral. The receptionist replies with a nod, squinting as she reads the writing on her typewriter's latest sheet. I got dolled up to read smut. You think this is smut? If this turns into smut, I will fucking laugh. I'm not gonna lie. She looks like she's being tortured. Like she's got nails on her chair or some shit. Sounds like a sim. Is this Simlish? Ah, of course. We've been expecting you. I'm afraid Mr. Burgard is running a little late this afternoon. He'll need a few more minutes until he's ready to speak with you, but you're more than welcome to peruse our peruse our visitors' handbooks while waiting. She gestures to a set of nearby couches and a table chock full of company pamphlets, but you're more surprised to notice someone else already sitting there. A young man with a bitter look etched into his furrowed face. Could this be... applicant or an irritated customer? Yeah, that's the secret. That's how I've stayed awake on stream. Just massive plugs. Another applicant? Shit. Your aunt never mentioned competition. If they turn out to be competent, you could be in big trouble. Your bleak musings are cut short by the receptionist's unpainted nails tapping at her name tag. Is this a French? Is this a French? Ah, fuck. we're gonna call her Mel. Oh, yeah. I'm Mel, by the way. I'll call you as soon as Mr. Brigard becomes available. In the meantime, please let me know if you have any questions. With a grateful, albeit embarrassed nod, you walk away and slump into an old-fashioned sofa. Mel's rickety typewriter clacking away once more. The couch's cushions feel quite stiff. Or maybe your stress-clenched back does. Considering the ferocious stare-down you're receiving from the stranger seated across you, it could well be the latter. Steady tick of a vintage clock draws your gaze, its hands pointed in opposite directions. 3:42 p.m. 18 minutes left. Good thing you came early. You still have time to prepare before your interview, but probably not enough time to do everything you want. You'll have to decide where to spend it, carefully. Fuck, okay. Do we read through the pamphlets? Do we ask Mel about some questions? Do we talk to the irritated man that we could totally bang? Or, do we read magazines? Read the... You wanna bang? Porno mags? Okay, shit, I need a tiebreaker. Aren't we all, though? No, just me? Totally just me? Okay, okay, if I'm the wait. Yeah! Okay, we're gonna read the porno mags. The publication's pages are so old and withered, they're practically illegible. The ink used to print each article has washed out and faded with age. The only thing you can still make sense of is an old-fashioned advertisement for a rather suspicious cleaning product. I have acquired Scream Clean? I'm good at... I'm a clean screamer? What does that mean? Okay. Okay, the second one you guys told me to do was to talk to irritated guy. Time to break the ice! Hopefully it won't be the very thin ice you seem to be standing on with this guy. I didn't even do anything to this guy. He needs to chill out. Take a seat next to the stranger, introducing yourself with a smile. When you're getting back shots, but you need to unclutter the laundry. Rather than ease the tension, the man scowls as if he were a clump of dog shit clinging to his shoe. That must be the shit AD was talking about earlier. His snarling voice sounds coarser than a poorly maintained gravel driveway. Oh. The hell do you want? Can't you tell I'm not in the mood? Well, you couldn't tell before, you certainly can now. You gulp, audibly worried this person might assault you at a moment's notice, but as you stammer out some vague apologies, you notice something surprising. He doesn't look at all that angry, let alone angry at you. In fact, he mostly looks fretful. The man's calloused hands aren't balled into fists, but need eating each other with relentless worry. Sweat beads at the temples of his receding hairline, wearing down the gel matting down his tar-black locks. One of his legs shudders, visibly, its foot tapping the floor with the breakneck tempo of a meth-addled punk musician stomping a drum pedal. He reminds you of Mel. He was the same not quite 30s face, same darkened, baggy, tired eyes, same snug black turtleneck, kept tidy as a military uniform. But his name tag reads Emiliano. Hi, Jim! Yeah, the snarling voice. Yeah, I got rejected real quick. Oh. I'm really into this. Wait, name tag? It hits you then. that Emiliano isn't a company client, nor a prospective candidate after the same job you are. He's a Smyrna Corp employee. Why is he just vibing? Look, pal, all your staring is gonna give me a fit. Either speak up or back off, alright? No! 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 This is what I get for having, you know, my leg just started feeling better after I pulled my muscle. You didn't need to do all that. Skinny jeans too, you realize? Ta-da! It was a choice. You're not wrong. Whenever I wear skinny jeans. Why are you asking how they're skinny jeans? Okay. Your aunt warned you how stressful this place was. Leave him alone. Be compassionate or learn. Thank you, Chib. Leave him alone? Okay. Apologizing profusely, you skitter away from the stranger before he decides to completely snap. As you wipe the sweat from your clammy palms, you reconsider your increasingly limited options. There's bottoms running free in here. I sniffed it. Ha! Do we decide to talk to him, even though we just left? Do we talk to Mel, or would he look through the pamphlets? Pamphlet time? You snatch a brochure that seems to cover the most interesting topics, hoping it'll contain some hints about your future 9 to 5. Welcome to Smyrnacore, your guide towards success in a post-truth future. A post-truth? Our history, founded in the year redacted, by psychotherapist Gertrude Brouwerdien, what began as a non-profit Chip, thank you for the sub! You're out here subbing to everybody tonight, huh? Enjoy the new emotes! I hope you like them. Okay, bud. Okay. What began as a non-profit humane society quickly evolved into a multinational conglomerate with over redacted employees. Why do you have a pamphlet where you have redacted in it? Today, Smyrna Corps is everywhere. We work for your local governments, your most prestigious universities, the telecommunication services you used to keep in touch with loved ones. Everything we do to protect our most precious resource, people like you. Our commitments. Smyrna Corps is dedicated to providing custom human resource and recruitment solutions for businesses of all sizes. Using our revolutionary evaluation processes, we assign the person who's right for you, at the right time and the right place. Guaranteed every time. What are you waiting for? Embrace the change today. Yeah, you could think Pratt. You're mildly disgusted by the amount of insipid buzzwords featured on each page. The whole thing reeks of hyperbole with a lesser whiff of self-congratulation. But at least it was somewhat informative. Plus, this company seems way more prestigious than you expected. The salaries must be pretty decent. There's ads in 3 minutes. Let me get OpenGuessr because this isn't exactly a game where I feel like I should be talking through ads. You know, don't want to have the pores miss out on the story. You know, that would suck. You tuck the pamphlet back into the display and give the clock another glance. 3:51 p.m. You still have a few minutes left, maybe enough to extract information from one of the other people in the room. Do we talk to Irritated Man or Mel? I guess more so, should we go back to the Irritated Man and irritate him further? Talk to Mel. Despite her extreme fatigue and even extreme-er stress levels, the woman definitely seemed eager to lend a hand. And what better way is there to learn about your new workplace than to ask the person paid to greet visitors? Yeah, she's not angry, she's just, you know, maybe a little brainwashed. You return to the reception desk with an awkward wave, embarrassed to be disrupting the receptionist's work so soon after leaving. Yet rather than appear annoyed, the woman looks up from her typewriter with a sigh of relief, the air seeping through her vice-tight teeth with a shrill tea kettle whistle. Oh, hello again. I take it you have a few questions for me. As disclaimer, please be advised that Smyrna Corps staff cannot disclose any confidential information to members of the public. Therefore, while I'll respond to your queries to the best of my ability, there may be certain details I'm forbidden to discuss. Thank you in advance for understanding. I feel like she's sitting there and she's like... She's the kind of girl that you'd be like, blink 4 times if you're in danger kind of thing. The uneasy first impression Mel gave you worsens with every word she speaks. And not just because she keeps talking without blinking her bloodshot eyes or unclenching her goddamn jaw. Even though the receptionist's responses seem professional and her tone is perfectly jovial, something about her speech pattern feels rigidly urgent. Almost like she's reading the words off a script with a gun pressed to the back of her head. Not thanking you for understanding, but begging you to. Is she scared of getting in trouble by letting something sensitive slip? Or is she just trying to secretly warn you about the office's working conditions? Oh god. So, what would you like to know? Do we ask what it's like, or do we ask for advice? This is me when I worked at Target, also. If I had to talk to anybody, I'm so happy to work here. Please go away. Okay. I'll ask for advice after ads. play my favorite game. Lost game. Stab her? Do you just pick any of them? Oh god. Oh, ooh. Oh, okay. Let's see. How bad is my WoW knowledge? I haven't done it in so long. I'm nervous. It's been so long. Ooh, can I move? Ooh. Wait. Why do you... Why did you know that so fast? It's something with... It's the Horde. It's the place from that thing. It's on the Horde side. Can I really... Can I not walk? It gives me the map. There's that. I don't like this. I've also been playing it since 2004, just not consistently. Does it really surprise you though? I'm guessing like right there. Yeah, pretty damn good, okay? Okay, we're in the Night Elf area. Is this like the... I think this is the starting zone too, isn't it? Did you just want to play this so you can show how good you are? This is like the starting zone, right? Or maybe not. Go back, go back. Thank you for the TTS! The fucking Arby's guy. I want the meat! That is the starting song, because this is a big tree. I'm guessing here. Fuck. Ah, I see. You could have just used... I bet you they have a fucking corpse one. Just do classic. No. Oh. Reading time is back. Okay. They don't? That's kind of depressing. Okay. I think we had one vote for advice and one vote for asking what it's like. Yeah, because why not be curious? Potatoes! Tiebreaker. Which one? Do we ask for advice or ask what it's like? Oh god. Are you just taking all the bit money I sent to you and sending it back to me? Advice? Okay. It's not like you want to land Melon in hot water, but you've flopped too many job opportunities by playing nice. You need every edge you can get to earn a steady paycheck. It's a professional sport. Is there an Olympics division for it? Playing coy, smiling broadly, you ask if she has any tips to make a positive first impression in the upcoming meeting. The woman looks startled by your question, her grin tightening even more as she mulls over her response. You suddenly realize her teeth are strangely flat, as though worn down by years of grinding. Well, the best advice I have for any candidate is just be yourself. Smirnocore prides itself on a diversity of creeds, cultures, and ideas combining to form its rich, thriving workforce. But, regarding Mr. Bigard, he's a man who, highly values those capable of following rules. Our work involves a lot of private information and non-disclosure agreements, you see. It's very, very important that you respect any directives he gives you and answer all his questions honestly. Special. It's too easy to be an Olympic sport. Not exactly a riveting revelation. You gently urge Mel to tell you more, hinting at just how life-changing this job could be for you. It doesn't make much exaggeration to embellish that truth. At first, the receptionist remains unfazed by your blubbering pleas, but then her tense expression softens, revealing unexpected melancholy. What kind of world would you rather live in? A utopia where no one is allowed to be different, or a dystopia where people can remain unique? Oh, do we want conformity? Or dystopia? Capacitía. Capacitía. Okay, Wambi, have good food. Hope I'll see you later. Don't be fooled, ooh-woo. I don't know why. I didn't say capacitía. Capacitía. Anyway, conformity or dystopia? Be yourself or conform. Brack. Don't make me pick for you guys. Do we conform or do we be unique? Bitch. That is not an option. Why are you so violent right now? Dystopia. Okay, thank you, Chib. Can always count on Chib. You gotta have fun playing BG3. Utopias are inherently impossible. Perfection for one person often excludes the ideals or identities of others, sometimes even entailing the erasure of cultures and creeds based solely upon difference. For all the messiness it entails, a richer breadth of people and perspectives can only make the world better. I'm not immersed, I can stab her. For a brief moment, you see Mel's tight smile waver, her tired eyes suddenly twinkling with pleasant surprise. Even her voice loses its formal stiffness as she speaks with a comforted sigh. Yeah, I think the world would be better if more people thought that way too. You wonder if this is what Saint Science really looks like, when her happiness is genuine, but you do not get the chance to wonder for long. As quickly as it vanished, the forced smile returns. The receptionist's insomnia darkened eyelids flutter, blinking away her own unexpected vulnerability. Her teeth grind together, scared out that she shared something that could land her in trouble.
Anapaoki.
Sorry about that. Seems my mind's been wandering from lack of sleep. I've had long work shifts lately. Now, while I share your opinion, I think you should refrain from voicing such problematic interpretations of human society to Mr. Bergrand. He highly values doing things by the book, you see. So be sure to remain as conservative and considerate as possible during this post-interview evaluation. Uh-oh. Evaluation? Your aunt didn't tell you to prepare for anything like that. Panic must be plainly written on your face because the receptionist is quick to hush you, the same way you would hush a skittish horse. Practitioner hates women. Honestly?
Mikagamoko.
No need to be afraid. The fact you're here to begin with means there's practically no way you could actually fail the exam. Just try to please Mr. Bergard and everything should go just fine.
Imojakamo.
But, if I can give one word of warning, be very careful with your answers. The questions you're given might seem fairly pointless at first, but their consequences are very real. Depending on what you say, innocent people could... Oh god. What? Crack, you might be in luck. We might be stabbing people. Tut tut, no spoiling the surprise, Miss Shanes. I just hate everybody. A booming voice rumbles across the reception room, and Mel stiffens as though struck by lightning. Clenching her smile tighter than ever, her heels click together like a soldier awaiting inspection. Another click is heard behind you as the angry stranger on the couch stiffens the same way. The reactions make no sense until you turn to face the voice, and then you too go rigid with awe-struck shock. Standing in front of the elevator is, without exaggeration, the most massive man you've ever seen. He's taller than a fridge, twice as wide, and perhaps thrice as heavy. Pure white of his immaculate dentistry contrasts his dark skin, which reflects the room's dim light like finely chiseled onyx. Beneath the perfectly tailored patterns of his elegant tweed suit, muscles shift with every breath, threatening to burst through the seams. His pale blue eyes focus on you as he speaks with a voice like velvet thunder. My humble apologies for I can't do a voice like that. How do I sound like taters? My humble My humble apologies for interrupting your enthralling conversation, friend. Our dear Mel is sometimes a little careless when it comes to discussing confidential company matters, but I'll gladly sate your curiosity in her stead during our interview. Interview? Huh. This must be Mr. Bergard. You soon-to-be boss, luck willing. The ding of an elevator is suddenly heard and one of the grillage doors by the reception desk creaks open. The tweed behemoth sidles his way into the shaft, packed tighter than tuna in a too small can. He beckons you to join him with a bratwurst thick finger. What them hands do? You know what I'm saying? Come along now. We're already behind schedule and can't afford any more delays. What's more, I frankly cannot wait to discuss your future with us here at Smirnocore. Holy shit, he thinks you have a future. In that moment, Mr. Bergard's big, beaming smile is the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. Thank him and slip into the elevator. It's a tight fit. Tight fit, but you manage to wriggle yourself into the lift by nuzzling up to your, hopefully, future boss. You apologize profusely for the cramped conditions, but he just laughs it off. I'm just mentally ill. Oh, Prack. No need to be embarrassed. It happens all the time. Oh, and no need for all this Mr. Bergard business either. First name basis is fine by... Me. Why Angie face? Also, I love that you don't use actual emotes. You use the fucking old school. Before the elevator door can snap shut, someone opens their mouth and screams. Booyah! Wait! The angry-looking man you were worrying about suddenly drops to his knees, hands held together in prayer. An aura of danger that once clung to him has been dispelled by his blubbering supplication. Because you're old? Oh my god. You're not even old. How about I just slap everyone who's 30 and saying they're old? Collectively. Just go in a fucking line and go... Sir, I'm begging you, just give me another chance. I swear, I'll do anything. Unpaid overtime, I'll work on weekends, I'll kiss your goddamn shoes if I have to. Just please, don't replace me. Oh, we're replacing... Oh, he's the fucking guy we're replacing! Mr. Bogard's only reply is a disappointed sigh. His bright, white smile wavers and intangible contempt taints his otherwise welcoming tone. Mr. Aguilar, you've had more second chances than I can count, and displaying such undignified desperation in front of a candidate set to take over your position is not an endearing choice. Frankly, there's nothing more I can or want to do for you, beyond offering the standard company-issued severance package. Oh shit. This is the problem employer Am was talking about. The lamb being brought to slaughter, all so you can survive on the paycheck they used to have. Part of you feels guilty, considering how desperate the stranger seems about being laid off. But another part is grateful that your predecessor seems to be such a mess. Maybe getting hired here will be easier than you first thought. Either way, Mr. Bogard's words have the effect of an ice pick through the heart. The once intimidating stranger collapses as though shot in the chest. His body ripples with hiccuping wails, his fists powerlessly pounding at the carpeted floor. Your maybe future boss clicks his tongue, more disappointed than disturbed. Turns to give Mel a firm look and firmer orders. Hi, Jay! How are you doing? Miss St. Sayans, please ensure our former staffer behaves until his offboarding is complete, will you? I'll tend to him at once. I'm done with our guest. You've been playing more Warzone, right? I think I've been seeing you play Warzone. Something Call of Duty. The tired woman gives a nervous nod, rushing back to her typewriter as if nothing happened. The clacking keys are now punctuated by the tears of a grown man. Abuya thumbs a few buttons and the elevator doors finally slide shut. Through cracks in the grillage gates, you see the receptionist giving you a small wave, mouthing a worrisome farewell. Just chilling? Yeah, it's kind of been the vibe for the last couple weeks. Good luck! Before you can decide whether she was cheering you on or trying to warn you, the floor lurches downwards. Interview time! Oh, I appreciate the lurk, thank you. It's good seeing you again, by the way. Nacho, why are you so restless right now? Are you getting stressed out by our interview too? Yeah. He's just staring at me like, what are you looking at, Mom? Oh. Fucking elevator music. People knock it. Okay. After descending a short way, the elevator slows to a crawl, then comes to a complete stop, groaning under the combined mass of its unevenly weighted passengers. For a moment, you worry the cables have jammed. Clearing his throat, Mr. Bogard reaches over your shoulder and points to the lift's control panel. Would you do me the honor of entering our meeting room's access password? If you're going to be working here, you may as well learn how to travel across the office. Just type in... whatever the fuck those are, if you please. Oh, and no need to be too brusque about it. Precision matters more than speed of these old doodads. Fuck! Okay, Boop. 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 The interviewer chuckles as he watches you fiddle with the eclectic symbols, amused by your apparent unfamiliarity. No doubt he's used to employees entering these combinations with the routine deftness of jaded shoppers, typing in their PIN numbers during credit card transactions. Still not sure why he's making you type the password in, or nor why the elevator uses passwords in the first place. Wouldn't keycards be easier? Or normal numbers, at least? Regardless, as the last button clicks into place, the elevator resumes its descent at an increased momentum, plunging deep into the earth, no sign of stopping. After almost 20 seconds, you wonder if it's headed for the planet's core. You'll have to beg my pardon for the sluggishness. I've petitioned to have this thing replaced by the encryptology department, but the encryptology department refuses to let us invest in newer models. Potentially security risks, or so they claim. Boogeyman hogwash, I say. An upgrade has been long overdue. Maybe once our deal with radium finally goes through, they'll be a bit more welcoming of true progress, eh? You nod along politely, pretending to understand what he means. You're unsure the display looks convincing. Still, by the sounds of it, you'll be stuck here for a while. How do you kill time? Do we look at the buttons closer, or ask Abuya to explain the other people's behavior? Oh god, did I lose everyone already? We're gonna look at the buttons. Squinting at the control panel, you try making sense of the assorted icons decorating each key, trying to intuit the twisted logic linking them together. There must be some rationale informing that redesign of these peculiar passcodes. Am I just thinking? Well, this is like a Cyrillic letter. Then we got an Omega. Oh, now you're back. Oh my god. We're staring at elevator buttons. And why are they bottom coded? Unfortunately, the longer you look, the less you understand what the pi symbol and Greek omega have to do with any of these scribbles you've never seen before. The bout of mental gymnastics required to even attempt drawing a clear pattern leaves you with a nagging headache. At least you can remember the password Abuya gave you. Yep. Hold on. Fuck. Someone told me you could take notes on Steam. Does anyone know how to do that? I forgot. Notes! There it is. Do you know how to get screenshots in there? Because I saw the guy had screenshots added. Oh. Do I just like... I figured it out. Am I big brain? I figured it out. I don't want it pinned. Okay. In the end, you're so focused on decoding the secret behind Smirnocor's buttons that you're startled by Brigard. I hope you're as excited for this interview as I am, friend. At the risk of sounding biased, I have very high expectations for you. Yeah, that's what I did. I just took a snap and then it worked. I just didn't know if there was like a built-in version of it. The woman who recommended you for this position, your aunt, I believe? She had nothing but great things to say. She assured me you were an extremely positive person. Yeah, that's me! With a permanent can-do attitude and exceptional emotional resilience. That I do have. And that's exactly the kind of person we need more of here at Smirnocor. You answer the giant's compliment with an awkward chuckle. Internally, however, you are screaming. You knew your aunt was bound to lie in order to guarantee you an interview, but she could have picked something more fitting for a clinically depressed shut-in who can't afford their own prescription. Is that something I can... Can I do that well? I mean, I noticed that. It's just I didn't know if I would be able to do anything about it right now. I don't think that worked. Oh. I had your passy as zero. As you force yourself to smile through an impending panic attack, the elevator comes to a grinding halt, its grillage door sliding open. It's a bit of a battle to wriggle past Abuya, though you soon find yourself free of the claustrophobic lift and breathing a bit easier. Mr. Brigard follows suit, flipping a light switch to illuminate the otherwise pitch-black room. Welcome to my humble office. Why is your office way the fuck down here? Ah, so that's what this place is. An office wouldn't have been my first guess. The rectangular space before you is reminiscent of an oversized police interrogation room. The walls are painted glassy black, glistening in the sepia glow of a low-hanging ceiling lamp. And if it weren't for the obvious two-way mirror in the back, the room would appear infinite in size, a boundless expanse of inky shadow extending in every direction. A single desk sits at the room's center, made from a block of carved mahogany. Coffee-stained paperwork covers its surface like some madman's wallpaper, and countless colored wires sprawl across the floor as though the varnished wood had somehow sprung electrical roots. Other chairs fit to dwarf royal thrones loom over both ends of the table, no doubt custom-built to accommodate Mr. Brigard's colossal frame. The behemoth briskly motions for you to take a seat, but you sink so far into the plush leather it feels more like the seat takes you. Prying yourself out of those comfortable depths, your eyes turn to the sparse assortment of unusual baubles decorating the table's corners. On this side, there's an antique candlestick phone whose mouthpiece is made to look like a large roosting bat. We're roasting some bat! On that side, there's an old-fashioned record player adorned with a gaudily gilded Smirnocor logo. Right in front of you, there's a nameplate engraved with the words Abuya Brigard, Senior Substitution Department Supervisor. And scattered all over the place are piles of VHS cassettes, each one labeled with tags written in Latin, Farsi, or Ancient Greek. The item which perplexes you the most, however, is an old vinyl record snugly wrapped in yellow keep out tape. Mr. Brigard notes your interest with an amused arch of his brow. You wouldn't happen to be a fan of jazz, would you? You like jazz? Why does the B movie keep coming up these days? Do we like jazz or no? Why is this part of the game really quiet? Do you like jazz? I love jazz. Yeah, we love jazz. Abuya's smile can grow no bigger, but it certainly shines brighter upon hearing your enthusiastic answer. Well then, I'm quite excited to find out what a fellow connoisseur will think of this particular gem. Carefully placing the confidential vinyl onto an old record player, Mr. Brigard lowers the needle and bids you to listen. A strange, somber soundscape slowly fills the office with a blues-inspired rhythm you can't quite compare to anything you've heard before. It's not appalling per se, but it's perhaps a little messy and eerie enough to make you uncomfortable. The duet voices of a man and woman muttering warbled lyrics only adds to the strangeness. You can't make out a word they're saying except for the chorus verse. Let's call the whole thing off. Hey, bitch! Hold on. It's a banger. I hear nothing wrong with it. Ah! Song in question. Okay. Gina and Herschel Gershwin, twins if you were wondering. Not a couple despite all the turbulent rumors that once surrounded their odd relationship. I've never met them myself, but I do know they could have been bigger than the Beatles back in the band's heyday. The biggest case of my career was making sure they wouldn't be, and I always found it tragic that only one of their records was left intact in the world. Though I also feel quite lucky to be the man who owns it. Few will ever have the privilege of hearing such avant-garde work. Why are you song requesting me right now? God damn it. Oh, jazz. You just sent me a whole album? If it gets too unbearably quiet, I might put something low on in the back, because there are parts where it's just silent. I don't like it. You utter a few admirative oohs and ahs, feigning interest to conceal your perplexity. What does a human resource company have to do with ruining musicians' careers? And how could Obuya be employed, let alone alive, during the birth of years of rock and roll? He's not that old, is he? Before you can scrutinize the man's non-existent wrinkles, he promptly clears the stray documents from his desk, making space for a repulsively familiar sheet of paper. Your loathsome fucking resume laid bare for the world to gawk at. God, you're sick of seeing that thing. Obuya interlaces his fingers, pale eyes darkening into a severe stare. You suddenly find yourself keenly aware of just how dangerous the man could be, should he choose to embrace violence over verbal reports. Time to begin our little interview. I'll be asking you a series of questions. Some will appear rather peculiar, others rather innocuous. They may be difficult to answer at times, as you've not been made fully aware of your position, nor of Smirnocor's company goals. However, I still request that you provide honest and instinctive responses, regardless of context. They'll give us a better idea of the role you'll be assigned during your time among us. What is that? I don't know what that is. Wait, you have to ace an interview before being told about the job you're applying for? What a mess. Either Smirnocor has an unintuitive hiring process, or their non-disclosure agreements are so incestuously interwoven no one can get any work done without being strangled to death by red tape. Ooh. Hold on. Let me pop that up in my... I take a lookies. I like story games. Oh, that is very ironic because I ignored it at some point. The amount of games that I've ignored just to end up buying is funny. Still, Abuya's words make one thing clear. The only way you'll get hired and earn a salary to pay the rent you owe is by acing this goddamn interview no matter what it takes. Are we gonna be non-committal or earnest? I think someone just laughed in the song, but they sounded really constipated. We're gonna be earnest. Dragon choices? The only game that I'm thinking of that had dragons, that was a mobile app game, was the one that you have to like match things. That you get ads for like all the time. Abuya chortles with satisfaction. The sound is deep and rumbling as rock slide of the bottom of a well. Wonderful, let's get started. Question 1. A runaway locomotive is barreling down- Oh my god, it's not the fucking trolley. Oh my god, it's the trolley question! A runaway locomotive is barreling down a set of railroad tracks at uncontrollable speeds. In its path lay 5 people tied down and unable to move. Nothing is done, the locomotive will surely crush them and end their lives in an instant. You stand in a train yard next to a large lever. You know that if you pull it, the locomotive will divert its course onto a separate track. However, this will cause it to crush a different person, who is also tied down to this alternative path. How do you ensure all 6 people escape this tragedy alive? All of them? It's usually, like, you go for the one person because it's better to kill one person than 5 people. Well, that's not quite the where do you see yourself in 5 years shtick you're used to. How the hell are you supposed to respond? Assuming you can operate that lever, you might also know how to remotely trigger the emergency brakes. You run fast and have deft hands. Untie everyone before the train arrives. No. Dodge the discussion. Dodge the question by discussing other ethical conundrums and how they expose moral biases. Are we gonna think we know where the emergency brakes are? Do we think we're the fucking Flash? Or do we discuss conundrums? Dragon. I wonder if it's on. Look at my phone. Dragon choices. I don't really play mobile phone games. my brain not work? Dragon choice. See. It's called Choice of the Dragon. Not exactly the foremost authority on train yard technological advances, but you're pretty sure conductors have developed multiple automated and manual fail-safes, specifically to prevent cartoonish catastrophes like these. If not, you have $1 million idea to pitch. That's an impressively refreshing answer. Although, to be candid, many representatives in other departments would strongly disagree with your technology-based solution. The tweed behemoth gestures to the yellowing documents strewn about his desk, and the baubles at its corners. All of them appear ancient enough to have been stolen from an unsuspecting museum's oldest shelves. Smyrnacore was built upon a simple ideal, that humankind's potential must not become entrapped by progress's false promises of privacy. Efficiency is no excuse to discard anonymous practicality. Our old hat philosophies and reliance on archaic devices have kept this company on the path to success for decades. But the world is changing and we cannot remain blind to the additional insights technology can provide. After all, how can we think outside the box if we lack the tools to grasp how big the box has become, especially in our ever so chaotic digital era? You're not quite sure how to respond to that, let alone how it applies to human resources, but you still managed to stammer out some words of agreement which hopefully imply you were thinking the same thing. Hey! We got +2 technological literacy! We're so smart! Now, moving right along to question 2. Could you kindly rephrase your greatest flaw so that it sounds like your greatest strength? Oh god, Be advised, I do not want to hear any of that cowardly, I'm too much of a perfectionist, or I'm a huge workaholic, claptrap most folk used to make themselves sound flawless. I want a proper, blameworthy weakness reconfigured into a proper, praiseworthy strength. Understood? The behemoth leans forward, and the room's darkness looms with him. Both close in around you, like the walls of a solitary confinement cell, or the rope of an eager hangman's noose. Better think of something good. You browse social media during work hours, but it keeps you updated on current events and tech trends. Hey, Big Brain. Spend too much time chatting with coworkers, but it helps you understand them and cooperate effectively, or you often try solving problems with brawn, not brains, but you're in great shape, so it works out. Are we buff as fuck? Do we like cooperating? Or do we keep up on trends? This is what I do at work. I talk a lot. Doing me. Wars waged with unmastered weapons are doomed to fail. Sun Tzu said that, you think? Or maybe it was a World War II general, or the hero from that kung fu movie you watched as a teen. Point is, swapping gossip doesn't just provide drama, it reveals what your teammates are truly capable of. That, I must confess, is an exceptional response. Work at Smyrnacore is to plunge into the very fabric of human psychology and unravel every thread of it on a daily basis. Understanding who people are, their wants, needs, aspirations, is integral to helping them become the people they should be, and no one can achieve such understanding by working alone. Therefore, extending that same level of consideration to one's colleagues is an extremely wise initiative to augment our efficiency. Impressive staff for our new recruit. The man gestures with theatrical flourishes as he makes the declaration that his conviction sounds too genuine to come off as arrogant. You conceal a satisfied grin, picturing how spectacular the man's water cooler small talk must be. Ah, we got social aptitude! Now then, onward to our final inquiry. Regarding your schooling, I would like for you to, well, if you could just explain the, goodness, how do I phrase this delicately? The behemoth's words trail into muttered mumbles, his velvet thunder voice degrading into something more akin to a bumblebee stuck in a big dog's mouth. His blue eyes dart between you and the paper's underwhelming bullet points with increasingly disgusted concern, as though finally noticing what kind of unemployable aberration has stepped into his building. It's an unfortunately common reaction for anyone who reads your CV. The singers on the record player shout a loud suggestion to just call the whole thing off. Their advice, for better or worse, goes unheeded. Well, at the risk of sounding insensitive, I'd truly appreciate some insight regarding your academic background. How do you believe a workplace of our nature could benefit from hiring someone with such a dubiously incompatible education? He begins sweating bullets. Big bullets. Kind of caliber robot cops must use in action movies from the 80s. Of course, it was going to come down to this. No matter how dearly you wish it were possible, you can't magically go back in time and study something more prestigious for today's job market. But you might be able to describe your weird diploma in a way that makes a strikingly employable impression. You studied computer science, you're skilled with technology, old and new. You studied ultimate frisbee, the apex of education for any teamwork-loving athletic superstar. You studied child psychology, you're good at reading people and creating emotional rapport. What are we thinking? Did we study ultimate frisbee? Are we a fucking nerd? Or did we study psychology? Like a different kind of nerd? This fucking, I can't believe this is. Can you even study frisbee? I'm thinking the child psychology goes with the, like, cooperation aspect, so. You're unsure what kind of services Smyrna Core really offers, but there's no doubt social sciences could come in handy with human resources. Your frisbee is hilarious! By honing your communication skills and providing extra insights into people's personality quirks, your schooling should prove useful in dealing with clients and coworkers. Discuss some of the intricacies of your most memorable seminars, specifically those concerning mental development and lingering infant trauma known to emerge decades later. Examples of how early experiences inform otherwise incoherent attitudes among grown adults. Mr. Brigard's concern mellows into curiosity with every passing explanation. Then as your story concludes, he regards you with an outright admiration. I cannot even begin to explain how often our Smyrna Core representatives fail to consider the significance of formative experiences when it comes to mapping out an individual's psyche. Childhood memories are oft overlooked, yet integral in determining the root cause of a client's wants, fears, or failings. In our most extreme cases, identifying those root causes is utterly essential to succeed. The fact you have such a thoughtful and informative perspective before starting your first day, no less, is truly, truly incredible. Correcting human behavior is a complicated, multi-layered process, but your pre-existing awareness of that fact will be a major asset. His flattery sends swarms of butterflies fluttering about your stomach. It's been a while since you've last received such a compliment, let alone felt actual pride in yourself, as opposed to the usual undercurrent of exhausted shame. Ironically, a therapist would probably have questions for you about that. Hey! I've acquired psychology specialization to go with my depression. Anywho, I believe that concludes our questionnaire for today. As for your results... The man's enormous fingers crumple your CV into a ball and toss it aside. It bounces across the wire-laden floor, disappearing into an inky corner of the abyssal room. Your chest tightens. Panic swells. Catastrophic scenarios and thoughts of crushing failure explode through your head. Abuya's beaming smile diffuses them all. To tell you the truth, this little meeting of ours was nothing more than a corporate-mandated formality. Between your aunt's glowing recommendation and the fact you showed up to our offices on such short notice, I knew from the very start that I'd be wanting you on board. After this discussion, I'm pleased to announce that my hunch has been confirmed, and I am most pleased to be extending you a permanent employment offer. He's clearly mocking you. Pinch yourself and awaken from this embarrassing dream. I don't know if there's any wrong. Because I think I remember it saying that there's like some fucky shit you can do and like get you in trouble. I think it might just be like the formative stuff where I get different skills and stuff. I guess we'll see. Do we pinch ourselves or speak in disbelief? Are we I mean, I guess they're both kind of the same thing. But he's not mocking. Do we think he's mocking us? I don't think he's mocking us. I don't know why I really like these cards. You've never been this close to getting employed in ages. You almost expect the man to reveal it was a cruel prank this whole time. Instead, Mr. Bogard chuckles, amused by your aghast reaction. I'm dead serious, friend. In fact, you didn't just meet expectations, you exceeded them. I get told that by my boss every day. Yeah. Our exchange has revealed that you're an individual of exceptional interpersonal acuity. A sharp mind with an even sharper intuition, honed by keen intelligence and earnest empathy. I wouldn't be surprised to learn you're skilled at talking yourself out of trouble, or persuading folks to see things your way, regardless of where the truth may lie. Of course, you'll sometimes face scenarios where social deduction and charisma will prove insufficient, but I see a bright future for you at Smirnocore, managing our most prestigious and precarious operations. So, would you deem my interpretation of your aptitudes accurate, or have I misconstrued the content of your character? Ooh. Is it on point or inaccurate? Do we tell him to fucking... Do we tell him he's wrong? Actually, we're fucking stupid, and I lied to you. And I studied Ultimate Frisbee. I'm really, really passionate about Ultimate Frisbee. I don't think it's inaccurate. We're gonna say it's accurate. Flattered by Obuya's appraisal, you relish in the satisfaction of having been truly seen. It's not every day you get such a precise, quantifiable breakdown of your unique abilities. May this serve you well in tackling the horrors to come. I feel like that's foreshadowing. Are you dancing to the jazz in the back? Oh, look at that! Look at that little bits badge! Look at you being number 3 and shit. Good to know. Very good indeed. In that case, I'll nudge administration to start producing your contract. I'll unfortunately have to remain cagey about some details such as workplace tasks or starting salary until all the legal hoopla has been sorted. But assuming you care to accept a generous starting offer. Mr. Bogard's chuckling deepens as he extends a massive hand. His blue eyes are bright with joy, his tongue hungrily running over his pure white teeth. Please allow me to informally welcome you as the newest member of Smirnocore. I look forward to reviewing your performance. Holy shit, it's actually happening. You're going to have a job. You're going to have money. Enough of it to pay rent, keep a roof over your head, eat food, anything. Do we fight the urge to cry? Or let a few tears fall to show our gratefulness? What, the trying to find out if you're gonna cry? I feel like if we cry, it's gonna show we're mentally... It's gonna show the depression that we earned at the beginning of the game. You want us to cry? Okay. Obuya does not answer appreciation with words. Rather, he reaches forward, leaning toward your hand, the way something in the tall grass would stalk toward unaware prey. Instincts urge you to pull away, but the behemoth's pounce comes too quickly. Before you can possibly react, your entire hand is engulfed within a fist the size of a ripe cantaloupe. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, we're in a different color! Almost instantly, something begins feeling terribly, terribly wrong. Despite Mr. Bogard's pure white smile, it feels as though your new boss is trying to leave you crippled from the wrist down. Oh my god! Knuckles crunch, folding in on each other. Metacarpals squeak and whine. Articular cartilage between them both crumble into collagen sand. But all that pain is nothing, next to the sharp, stabbing agony suddenly shooting through your palm. This bitch just broke her hand! Ow! You cry out in pain, beg Burgard to let go, fight to pry your fingers free. The giant's grip is iron and deaf to your complaints. If anything, he squeezes harder. Oh, the crunchy noise. The needle point pain inside your hand sinks even deeper. Deep enough for you to think it might pierce the whole way through. Deep enough for you to wonder if it could somehow kill you. Your jaw unhinges to let out a scream. Maybe this is smut! Damn! Before a single sound comes through, Mr. Burgard lets you go free with an innocent sounding oops. Yeah, oops, bitch. Oh, fucking flashbang, dude. Dearie me, I was a tad too firm there, wasn't I? Beg pardon, friend. I tend to forget my own strength sometimes. The Tweed behemoth lets out an earnestly apologetic chuckle. You force yourself to chuckle back. The laughter takes tremendous effort. It's hard to buy his excuse no matter how believable it may be. Panicked, you palpate your palm and numbed fingers, searching for any scars left by the thing that was drilling through your flesh. But there is no wound. No torn skin, no deep cuts, not even mild bruising. You don't even feel the pain anymore. All you find is a single bead of bright red blood, no bigger than a pinhead. You wipe it away, frantically seeking what lurks beneath. It is warm to the touch and leaves a scarlet smear across your skin like a painter's brush. Yet there's no sign of where the pain has come from. No wound, no scar. There could be some swelling, but it's faint enough to make you suspect the bulge isn't really there. Maybe, just maybe, it was all in your head. If there's no wound, is this someone else's blood? Do we investigate the swelling, or is it someone else's blood? Beg harder, yeah. Yeah, that was a bit of a twist there. Did he, like, implant something in us? Do we have a tracking device? Should I be concerned? I feel like I should be concerned. Yeah, okay. You risk a furtive glance at the behemoth's hand, hoping to find a clue on his skin. For you're sure you've spotted something, a clatter interrupts you. From one of his desk drawers, Mr. Bogard withdraws a slab of metal the size of a stovetop. At first, you assume it's a tablet device, custom-built to fit the Tweed giant's fingers and resist their vice-like strength. Or perhaps a turntable meant for an aspiring DJ painted in drab colors. Shout out, oh! and practitioner in chat. 2 DJs. A closer look reveals something older and chunkier made of gray aluminum and solid beige plastics. Blinking buttons, flickable switches, knobs, and sliders of all kinds decorate its crowded surface with the cluttered surface too complex to grasp at a glance. They mentioned DJs. Oh, also, it is GeoGuessr time. Gross. DJs. Is it ad time? I think it's ad time. It told me it was ad time. Whatever. Okay. Despite your fondness for outdated tech, you cannot tell what kind of machine this is, nor what purpose it's meant to serve. Your best guess is an old movie prop, stolen from the studio set of a sci-fi film from the 50s, and not necessarily a good sci-fi film. There's the ads. La 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 la. Okay. State Route 12. Oh god, why is this like... Bye, poor. You're not even subbed! You're not even subbed. You're not gonna... If you say Spain... What the fuck? Why is this like a... This is like... Do you know the end of this one? If you say Spain one time... I can't... There's a sign here and I can't even read it because it's fucking... This is like some... Google Maps from 2009. Mexi Spain. Fuck off. I'm guessing like Arizona or like New Mexico or maybe like Western Texas. There's nothing out here. Fuck. $17, $10, $8. Ah. Line at the bottom. Bottom's land. Kansas. Is it Kansas? Oh, some are fucking dry as shit. That's all I know. See, 17, 10, 8. 15. Bottomopolis. I don't think that's an option. Bottom zona. We're gonna do yeah. It's fucking Australia! I fucking hate it here. Stewart Highway. It's got the fart bumps. Is this Australia again? A Nissan? Someone's camping. This is off us. This is fucking Australia again. Nah, fuck you. Okay. Aussie Spain? Yeah. Okay. Back to our horrible job. Despite your fondness for outdated tech... Oh, wait, okay, I did that one right. Mr. Bigard bends over to grab heaping handfuls of wires off the messy floor. Seemingly at random, he sorts through dozens of them at a time, plugging any plugging only a paltry few into his device's outlets.
Gawona Kimo.
Now that the pleasantries are finally done with, I suggest we proceed to the evaluation portion of our exchange. Aha! We were wondering when you'd get to that part. The behemoth appears taken aback by your expectant nod, but is more surprised by your nervousness, or by the nervousness your lousy poker face can't conceal. Though you were told to expect a test, you were also warned to be wary, and you're not particularly excited to find out what the machine has to do with it.
Kudo Bijaji.
Does it have something to do? Did he put something in our hand? Are we gonna, like, electrocuted? Come now, no need to be so agitated. I've already agreed to hire you. It's not like I'll be terminating your employment for your first probationary milestone.
Ajobonika.
The format of this evaluation will be similar to our open-ended interview questionnaire, but this time I'll be presenting intentionally confusing scenarios that most Smyrna Core employees might encounter during their day-to-day tasks. Your goal is to present solutions to each particular problem as you deem appropriate, regardless of how unconventional the suggestion may seem. Yet again, there is no wrong answers, but I will tally your responses to determine how much supervision you'll require during onboarding. Yeah, he fucking crushed her hand! I think we're gonna be a little, like, nervous. In other words, I once more encourage honestly over making a good impression for both our sakes. The behemoth flicks a larger switch upon his instrument's dashboard. A long, droning, palpable hum fills the shadowy room. The light bulb hanging above you flickers, then goes dark, bathing the already dim room in nigh absolute blackness. Only the device's glowing buttons, reflected in the two-way mirror, provide you with any light.
Kudo Bijaji.
Shall we get started? Let's call the whole thing off, the record player begs you over and over again. It seems to be stuck in place and skipping a few beats. Unfortunately, your body is also stuck in place, petrified in your plush chair, and your heart is skipping a few beats more. You give your sore hand a tight squeeze and hope throbbing will stop soon. Brace yourself and begin, or ask him for more information. Do we ask for more information or brace ourselves? I feel like I'd be bracing myself. Fucking crushed my hand. Bitches be acting weird as fuck here. We got some creepy ass fucking Ella Fitzgerald, Louis Armstrong in the background. Mr. Brigard chuckles, his teeth so white they almost glow in the dark. You hear him whisper a single word with a deep, bassy growl. I feel like I need taters just to, like, voice the boss guy, because I can't. Your new boss's bratwurst thick fingers brush one of the machine's sliders to its absolute limit. The room's bassy hum increases in pitch and frequency. Why is what? I can't speak in a deep voice like this. It doesn't work.
Noticeably.
I'll start you off with an easy one. Let's say, hypothetically, that you're supervising a group of employees from a different company. They hired you to isolate the source of their decreased productivity. Oh, God. Then remedy the issue, and it will not take long for you to identify the problem. One of their staff members is extremely troublesome. The giant pauses, uttering of irritation. It seems he wasn't supposed to specify this mystery employee's gender. When he speaks again, he enunciates slowly with more careful consideration. Get to squatting skinny jeans? Excuse me. Yeah. 3, 4, 5. 7. 9. 10. Shit. What? 11. 12. 13. 14. You realize I have to read, right? I'm gonna be reading here. Pauses. Uttering. I feel like you would see my fat ass going. You know what? Since I'm paused, I'm gonna go pee. All that jumping, you know. I'll be right back. Thank you, Chib. Got a cheerleader. Sorry, Chib, I fell. I failed you. Okay.
Bonekaye.
Okay. Yeah, my butt got all wet. My my legs were too weak from all the squats, you know. This hypothetical individual has an undeniably inadequate productivity level. They never meet bare minimum expectations. They lack punctuality, disrespect their colleagues, browse unsavory websites with company property instead of dedicating their limited work hours to completing overdue, urgent paperwork. Their misconduct is continuous and condemnable. Why do I feel like he's describing the guy that we got the job from? Is this gonna be like we're picking his like punishment?
Ajoboneka.
The employee has been given multiple warnings and provided with opportunities to improve their performance. Both have either failed or been ignored. The client is contemplating firing the problematic worker, but are concerned that becoming understaffed during an especially critical moment of the fiscal quarter could jeopardize their important deadlines. What do you think should be done to re-establish the client's baseline productivity? I mean, this game's clearly got some like, oh! Like a dark side to it? So this is what, like, we get special answers. Okay. Do we take a psych route and try to talk to them? Do we install software? Should they just get fired no matter what? Or should we give them another chance? I mean, this is... Yeah. I bet you if I had gotten the one where I like brute force something, I'd probably have one where I like beat the dude up or something. The psychology route is always the one I take. Yeah. Citing psychiatric principles you learned during internships, you explain the employee may be enacting forms of self-regulation to cope with stress. Severe triggering employment-based anxieties could be the reason for lashing out. Creating a safer, more communicative workplace could prevent future incidents. As your nervous explanation begins delving into the more technical aspects of addressing trauma, you start losing track of your own argument. However, Mr. Bregard remains very satisfied with your convoluted suggestion. I knew your studies in formative psychology would prove useful. Even our most experienced technicians could benefit from your level of consideration. If one intends to map out the architecture of a complex adult mind, one must first start at the foundation set in childhood. Failing to do so only grants an incomplete picture of the person we're trying to change and leads to flawed interpretations of the necessary corrections. The fact you already take into account potential childhood trauma tells me you understand this well. Thus, I predict minimal corrective oversight will be necessary when performing your first surgical overwrite or psychological reconditioning. Jolly good stuff! Wait, hold on. My surgical overwrite? Or psychological reconditioning? Huh? Sir, I thought this was HR. The giant hums joyfully, fingers tap dancing across the buttons of his device with a series of distinctive clicks. Hang on, though. Did he just say you're performing surgery? That's what I fucking said. Obuya completes his complex mechanical operation with a flourish of flashing lights and a sequence of high-pitched beeping. The machine's noises are loud but not startling, not compared to the other sound. Uh-oh. Last time this happened, he crushed my fucking hand. It's faint at first, muffled, maybe distant, subtle enough to make you wonder if it's part of the record player's tune. But the longer you listen, the more unmistakable it becomes. Excuse me? Someone somewhere is screaming. Your nails dig into the armrests of your overlarge leather seat. Your eyes dart around the room, searching for the noise's source before landing on a two-way mirror in your own gasped reflection. It's coming from across the glass. You hold your breath and wait for a scream to rise up again. There is only the record player's music. Music and the white noise buzz of Bregard's machine as he ahems you back to attention.
Tome Baden.
The fuck? It just goes back to the jazz. Nothing's wrong. There's not a person getting tortured across the window from you. If you're in need of a restroom, I can point you in the right direction. Otherwise, I'd ask you to please complete this evaluation with a smidge less fidgeting. It negatively impacts our tool's acoustics, you see. This is... It's like you didn't even hear it. Was the scream inside your head, just like the pain in your hand from before? Or maybe. Do we massage our hand like nothing happened, or ask Mr. Bregard if he heard the person shouting? I feel like I don't want to bring attention to it. Because I feel like if we bring attention to it, he's definitely gonna fucking, like, break my neck or something. Be like, you know too much. Or like, you're concerned about it, so you're a problem. Hold your tongue. Yeah. No, don't trust me at all. Unwilling to disrupt the tool's acoustics any further. Besides, strange things have been happening ever since you've set foot in this building, and everyone's been acting like it's completely normal. There's probably nothing wrong, right? Obuya flips another switch. The room's buzzing shifts into a frequency so oddly low you feel it sending ripples through your organs. The giant gestures your way with steepled fingers, further disturbing your unsettled guts.
Ajubonica.
Now, let's say, still hypothetically speaking, that our problem employee has more specific shortcoming. He is utterly unwilling to cooperate with one of his co-workers. Perhaps it's a matter of long-standing interpersonal friction originating from external sources. Maybe there's an irreconcilable difference between them in terms of moral, political, or religious beliefs.
Come bad.
Regardless of the exact circumstances, our floundering staffer has proven themselves incapable of playing nice with their high-performing teammate. This has resulted in a severe decline in both their productivity levels. Knowing we cannot relocate the problem employee to a new department, nor displace their high performing partner, how do we ensure the former collaborates with the latter, despite the deeply rooted discord between them? Oh my god! Oh, it tells you. Okay, so if I had the ultimate frisbee specialization, which is fucking hilarious to have, by the way. Principles are learned, not biologically dictated. Teach them new values better suited to a workplace. That sounds like brainwashing. Okay. Success should be rewarded and failure punished. Fire the problem employee. High performance doesn't prove innocence. Maybe the bad employee is being sabotaged. That's true. This one feels like we would be brainwashing. This one doesn't give room for the problem in play to potentially be wrong. Or the problem in play to be not the problem. It's not uncommon for higher-ranking staffers to throw colleagues under the bus just to make themselves look good, and neither status nor seniority can excuse cruel behavior. It would be irresponsible to leap to the productive employee's defense before investigating impartially. You puff out your chest, proud of your well-worded statements and firm commitment to ethical justice. That's pride instantly wanes when Obuya begins sneering. His smile narrows into a condescending slit as he adjusts his machine's specs.
Bonecaye.
You poor, naive little thing. Before you assume me to be heartless, let it be understood that I agree with your thesis. The scenario you speak of is not uncommon, especially in this workplace. But to be completely frank, my chief concern is the office's productivity level, not the mental well-being of a consistently inept employee. Therefore, even if a staffer is behaving problematically, I'm willing to overlook minor offenses so long as they can meet a deadline. As for their negligence effects, well, that part is rather unfortunate, yes. But we have ways of making them forget anything untoward happened in the first place. Excuse me? Before you can ask the inventory what the hell he means, another sound reaches your ears. It's not a person's scream this time, but neither is it a vinyl's tune nor a machine's hum. Rather, it resembles a dull, wet, rhythmic thud. Once. Twice. Thrice. You hear it. A little louder every time. Your eyes dart about the room, looking for the noise's source. You find it staring back at you from across a two-way mirror. Okay. You see the handprint of a blood-stained palm slapping against the looking glass, begging to be let out. Your mouth goes dry as it hangs open. Your finger shakes as you start to point. Then, without a word of warning, the thudding suddenly stops. All that remains is silence and a message written in scarlet smears. A cry for help no one can answer. Obuya looks over his shoulder, seeing the red stain. You wait for him to react, to gasp, or even scream. All he does is edit, annoyed.
Bonecaye.
He's just like it's normal. The screen's not completely white anymore. It's like a gray. I really need to put more pressure on that janitor. The soundproofing in here has been unacceptable as of late. Hello, good morning. I'm doing pretty good. Just chilling to this very fuck game. If you're into story games, it'll be a good. It's a story game with a twist. But how are you, games? More grouchy grumbling, he tweaks a couple of his device's knobs as if nothing happened. Then, noticing your aghast expression, he furrows his brow. Not with concern, but confusion.
Come bad.
Is something the matter? Should we question him? Or I feel like we should probably just keep acting like nothing's happening. Are you just waking up? I guess it do be that time. You caffeine person, you getting coffee? Oh, 10 a.m. Yeah. Well, hopefully you're having a decent morning. You wipe the sweat from your brow and try to control your breathing. You tell Mr. Regard it must be the air down here, making you lightheaded. Feels like you keep seeing things. But none of this can be real. Can't be.
Notice Amini.
Wonderful. I'm thrilled you're willing to be so cooperative despite these distractions. Now, regarding the conclusion of a conjectural conundrum. Oh, you get 2 coffees? I usually get 1. Like, I just do a regular coffee. Do you take your coffee black, or do you do, like, cream and sugar? I have not gotten around to the new AC. I'm still working through Valhalla, but the last time I played Valhalla, it was having a lot of bugs. Like, there was no audio on this one island. No sugar? Yeah, I can't. Like, I've been getting better about it, like, I've gotten less, but hopefully, when it comes to the AC anyway, I can get Valhalla to work. So I can actually finish it, and then I think after Valhalla I start the OG series, so that's like 4 games before I get to Shadows. Yeah, I know a lot of people are saying it looks good, but I've been trying to stay away from it so I don't get any spoilers. Yeah, Black Flag. Everybody likes Black Flag. It's either Black Flag or Odyssey. Let's say, and I cannot stress this enough, that our aforementioned staffer is hypothetically assigned to contain a major data breach, one with consequences that could spell disaster for their company and co-workers alike. The sensitive nature of this task requires them to exterminate or indefinitely debilitate any individuals who have witnessed this leaked information, so that they become incapable of further dissemination. In this case, the information has been accessed by 2 people, the employee's spouse and their prepubescent offspring. Needless to say, our employee is reluctant to perform their duty and exterminate these individuals. However, if either family member remains alive, the company stands to lose everything. Furthermore, should they refuse to tie up these proverbial loose ends, you will be required to do so in their place, as outlined in your Smyrna Core contract. In short, how do you ensure these targets perish as intended and that this data breach remains contained, regardless of this problematic employee's hesitation? I have to kill people? Oh, this is where the physical one comes in. I thought I had computer science. Huh. we save money or kill people? Or do we save money and kill people or fucking talk it out? Thank you, it was good seeing you. Have a good morning. Kill people. I hope your day goes well. Okay. Chat has spoken. We're killing people. You don't want to force someone to become a murderer, but you don't want to be the reason dozens of innocent people die instead. Arguing in favor of some non-existent greater good, you blubber that you'd make the employee to kill his family no matter what. Yeah, he probably... yeah. Credit where credit is due. You understand what needs to be done and are willing to do it. In terms of practical suggestions, however, your response is sorely lacking. I'm afraid I'll have to deduct points for lack of foresight and a few more for allowing moral concerns to interfere with your analysis. Most of all, however, I'm disappointed that you resort to such an obvious solution, when just moments earlier you were able to offer a creative, bloodless alternative to my locomotive conundrum. Such inconsistency reflects poorly on your ability to perform under pressure. Oh, it fucking remembers, and it's like, this would be- oh. Because that answer is completely different than the other ones that I've been picking, so that's interesting that it's like, you haven't been answering that way. You open your mouth to protest, ready to claim this hypothetical scenario about killing a few people to save money is nothing like the trolley problem, but you don't make it very far before the weight of your hypocrisy hits you like a ton of bricks. As your head hangs low with shame, your manager's expression shifts. The strange machine before him warbles, its monitor finally displaying your evaluation's tallied results. Well, the good news is that your score is entirely acceptable. Not impressive, mind you, but acceptable nonetheless. Your mind is obviously quite sharp, and you have good critical reasoning when it comes to human-facing issues, but you buckle under pressure whenever unnecessarily ethical considerations are involved. Show compassion in our line of work is often little more than a naive, self-imposed handicap. Whether or not you overcome that handicap will ultimately determine your incompetence in engineering a doppelganger. Huh? Doppelganger? Unfazed by your panic or bafflement, Mr. Brigard reaches for a nearby candlestick phone. The mouthpiece's realistically macabre, roosting bat design makes it seem like he's clutching a live pipistrelle and shoving it against the cavern that is his giant mouth. We're done here. You can show them now. On the other end of the line, a reply is chirped. Obuya hands you the phone and motions you to listen in. His pure white smile looks wide enough to tear his cheeks at the seam. You gingerly seize the occult antique. It takes you a few tries to figure out how the winged mammal is meant to be held, and even longer to hold the earpiece to your head. By the time you figured it out, you wish that you hadn't. The two-way glass at the back suddenly turns transparent, revealing yet another room filled with aesthetic contradictions and logical anomalies. Your first urge is to scream, but your voice makes no sound. Perhaps your cries are deafened by whatever the fuck is going on. Oh god. Are we about to see? I'm telling you, it's got to be the guy from the waiting room. You stand before what seems to be a hospital operating room. Its walls are adorned with a mix of dark wood panels and mounted stag heads, bathed in the sterile glow of circular fluorescent lamps. At the far back, you see the silhouettes of two surgeons toiling away behind a curtain, carving apart the skulls of their fully conscious, unsedated patients? Okay. You want to look away, but you can't even blink. There's just too much to take in. Don't tell me the statues, because they had statues in the lobby of, like, skulls and shit. Was it real people skulls? There's the patient themselves. They almost look like twins. Both have been tied down with belts to their respective surgical tables. Both are men with tan skin, furrowed brows, and bloodshot stares. Both have the tops of their heads partially concealed by curtains where the surgeon's silhouettes prod their scalps with forceps. Only one of them is screaming as though death would be a mercy. There's the surgeon's tools. Blood-stained apron hangs from the wooden coat racks, while stainless steel surgical trays contain an assortment of gruesome devices. Bone saws, hand crank drills, and strangely hairy bone-white bowls glistening with dark red. Your stomach gurgles upon realizing they are the sliced-off tops of human skulls. There's the televisions hanging from the ceiling. Boxy Technicolor units have been suspended above each patient's head. Their crackling screens blast them with an unrelenting montage of childhood videotape footage, warbled ECG readouts, brain scans, and news network broadcasts. Each man's eyelids are held open by metallic speculums, denying them the privilege of looking away. What is this, fucking Outlast? And then there's the woman taking notes. She stands with her back to you, jotting down observations on a clipboard as she studies each victim's distinct reactions. Though her shoulders are shaking, she writes with a steady hand. Oh, I don't like that. Ooh. The muffled sounds of saws slicing through bone threaten to make you throw up, but instead you feel your heart sink deep into that pit of nausea and realize something truly chilling. You recognize two of the people in that room. Do we look at the screaming patient or look at the clipboard lady? I'm telling you, it's gonna be Mel and Emiliano. I think Emiliano is gonna be the one getting cut open. Or is it gonna be her fucking aunt? Watch it be her aunt. I want to know who's getting hurt. Though his face is warped by fear and pain, there's no mistaking the angry stranger from the waiting room. Fucking knew it, it's Emiliano. And from across the two-way glass, he recognizes you as well. His shrieks turn into a sob-choked pleas, his voice a feral shadow of the coarse drawl it once was. You, please, tell them I'll change, tell them I'll do better, just don't let them replace me. Mel, I'm begging you, you can't do this to me, I have a His words are cut off by gurgling spasms, eyes rolling back into their sockets as the surgeon's silhouette behind him cuts something inside his head. Blood and brain matter splatters the curtain, hiding the worst of the scene. But sounds of squelching meat and bone still carry over the receiver. Yet it's the other, calmer patient's voice that truly makes you nauseous. He doesn't just look like Emiliano, he sounds like him. Exactly like him. Oh, it's the fucking doppelgangers. What the fuck is going You, please, tell them I'll change, tell them I'll do better, just don't let them replace me. The lookalike's face remains impassive, even as his exposed brain is prodded at with a hand crank drill. Yet the imitation of his neighbor's blood-curdling cries is perfect. Every nuance, every pause for breath reenacted down to the finest detail. Better than any audio recording you could ever imagine. More immaculate a simulacra than any man or machine should ever be capable of. It's so perfect, in fact, that you're no longer certain which is the real Emiliano. And this game got dark really fast. Hey Mel, how was that? Am I laying the accent on too thick?
Bunipova.
Seems fine to me. But I'd recommend letting your voice crack once in a while. It's been known to happen when Mr. Aguilar is heavily inebriated. And considering his drinking disposition, that particular nuance will come up quite frequently. Gotcha, I'll give it another go. Hey pal, you give me some fresh material to rehearse? You're all a bunch of psychos. Motherfucking heartless psychos. Emiliano sobs and howls himself raw, retching as the surgeon hacking his cerebellum induces full body spasms. The other, Emiliano, merely clears his throat before howling much the same. You're all a bunch of psychos. Motherfucking heartless psychos. How about that? Bit better? Considerably. I'll, notify the post-op technicians to implant a few more speech impediment-inducing memories and apply brain damage relative to Mr. Aguilar's alcoholism. That should iron out the last neurophysical kinks. The other, Emiliano, gives a firm thumbs up, leaning back to enjoy his lobotomy with the lackadaisy indulgence of an expert barber's scalp massage. Mel turns to face the glass, her wide smile pulled painfully taut. She looks at you with tears and mascara streaking down her face, her grin seeming to cause more pain than either patient's cerebral surgery. What? Was there anything else you needed to see, Mr. Burgard? No, thank you, dear. That'll be all. Just wanted our new hire to get a better idea of the daily grind. Oh, but do let me know if you need to make adjustments to mediatic nutrition, will you? I'll be on standby. With a curt nod, the receptionist turns her back. You hear it click, then a dial tone, and the phone's ceaseless screaming abruptly cuts off. Across the glass, Emiliano thrashes with all his might. The sound of his screeching muted once again. So, what do you think? What? Dude just acting like... yeah, the daily grind. He's just acting like it's normal and that anyone who comes in here is just chill. Like, it'll be fine. We're gonna psych this shit out. We're gonna ask. We're gonna be calm and figure it out. You've studied childhood trauma long enough to know explosive reactions incite abusers to commit further violence. Even though it almost kills you, you keep your voice as steady as possible, expressing mild surprise and even milder confusion about the absolute nightmare unfurling before you. Mr. Burgard looks pleased as punch by your polite interest. A seismic laughter creeps up his cavernous throat as he gestures to the two Emilianos. I'm glad you're coming to this with an open mind. Most recruits get surprisingly antsy at this stage of our proceedings. What you see here is the most common and most heavily patented human resource service Smyrna Corps provides. We replace troublesome members of society with specially trained lab-raised actors that will live more efficient lives in our target's place. So that explains the utopia, dystopia, thing they were asking. And what's more, we've performed today's processes all according to your specifications. I fucking knew it, dude. Your specifications? You had nothing to do with this. Unperturbed by your protests, Burgard motions to the silhouetted surgeons currently picking at both Emiliano's wet and naked craniums. First, as standard procedure, we have our doppelgangers undergo extensive surgeries. This ensures their size and appearance matches their target. However, we also perform highly precise neural excisions and hormonal dosing sessions to ensure both replacement and replacee have identical synaptic pathways. This means they'll share the same tastes, reflexes, and handicaps wherever applicable. In this case, we've altered portions of the cortex related to all those troublesome self-regulation behaviors Aguilar once used to cope with his childhood traumas. As a wise suggestion of yours to address such foundational behavior-based shortcomings directly at their source. After completing his bleak announcement with a showman's tone, the giant points to the device on his desk. Its myriad cables run along the floor and worm their way through with slits in two-way glass, connecting to flashing televisions hanging above the patient's faces. Next, we bombard our subjects with doctored historical information and falsified childhood memory footage to rewrite their lived experiences. This will erase problematic attitudes and induce more desirable proclivities. What in the fucking MK Ultra is this? As you can tell, the process is rather unpleasant for the original Aguilar, who is experiencing the unraveling of his own identity in real time. But remember, His suffering is inconsequential, next to the heightened performance of his superior colleague. Besides, if done right, neither Emiliano will even remember this. That is fucking crazy. With an emphatic flourish, Abuya tweaks another one of his machine's many knobs. A television screen flickers, placing its gruesome slideshow of warfare footage with pictures of pastoral form. The louder Emiliano squirms, then screeches. Finally, the tweed behemoth nods to Mel, whose eyes glance between both her patients, taking notes whenever one of them imitates the other. The two are becoming increasingly impossible to tell apart.
Notice Samini.
Last but not least, Miss St. Saiyans arguably has the most important task of all. Quality assurance. You see, our procedure is human, not mechanical. Instinct trumps algorithm when it comes to understanding people. Thus, it's imperative for staffers with an eye for social cues to study the effects of non-sedated lobotomies, particularly during back and forth exchanges between target and replacement. This allows us to adjust mediatic nutrition quickly and to identify overlooked flaws in body language, voice modulation, or personality. All this ensures our doppelgangers perform their jobs correctly.
Kudo Mijaji.
Therefore, our approach needs to be thorough, targeted, and precise. You can't just bluntly remind these people of a singular, oversimplified goal. People are more complex than that. They have diverse emotions, abilities, experiences. She needs to ensure we change all of them to produce a believable, concealable replacement. Holy shit, he wasn't lying. You may not have pulled the trigger, but you did help him load the gun. As you reel from the weight of revelation, Abuya holds up 3 fingers. One by one, he curls them down.
Gawona Kimo.
Fucking intense! Physical rewiring, psychological reconditioning, social reintegration. These are the pillars upon which Smyrna Corps substitution services are built. This is how we guarantee that the tens of thousands of doppelgangers currently deployed to the public perform exactly as they must. As our company has controlled the course of human civilization for years upon years, steering it in whatever direction our executives deem right. It's how the right people have shown up at the right times in the right places. How the wrong items or ideas have never appeared in inopportune occasions. And it is how you will help us do our job, regardless of which department you are ultimately assigned to.
Gawona Kimo.
So, are there any further questions about your new job's responsibilities? The fuck? I think that's a good starting spot. The fuck? I think all of these are pretty good, options. What the fuck? Movie? Hi, movie. How are you? What are you playing? La la la. Oh, Indica. Oh, is that the one with the nun? How was stream? I saw, I think Suzaku was playing that. I think that's who I watched play that. It was cute. I think I might look into it more. It was very interesting. With the, like the little bits that are like arcadey looking. Oh. Like just any game, not any, like... I don't know how, stressful Indica is on PCs. Oh, to be formal though, I am Tash Slayer Tash. Hi Raiders. I'm a genealogist and a variety streamer. And today we are doing a little key, for this story game. That has gotten really fucking dark and is like talking about lobotomies and shit. And it's releasing in it was 7 hours. So hopefully y'all like story games. It's a lot of talking. Which if you know who Alex is, like, if you can, Alex is a big talker. Oh, do you know why? You just have old parts? I know a lot of people have been having gaming issues lately too. Wait, hold on, what's interesting? Lobotomies? Lobotomies are pretty interesting. Oh, yeah, storage. I know Taters is having issues with storage, and then my brother, who's apparently his sugar daddy, is is just like, here's the 4 terabyte storage. Is it like an encoding thing? Because I was having an issue with my OBS when I was playing Valhalla, where it kept saying like my encoder was deprecated or some shit. That's so fair. That was me with my old GPU when I got the new one. Or like my old GPU. When I got it in the mail, because I got my PC pre-made for me, but whoever installed it like fucking crooked, so like it's supposed to be like this, and it was sitting in my case like this, and I didn't want to touch it because I thought I would break it, so it was just sitting crooked in my case for like 4 years. Yeah. Because I didn't want to touch it. I was like, if I try to like pick it up and push it in better, I feel like I'm gonna break it. I'm so not techie as well. I was like, I just used the stuff. I don't know. But yeah, thank you again for the raid. If you have to go and do post-stream care, get some foods, rest. Yeah, exactly. I go to my brother, I'm like, help. Or I'll go to Taters, just anybody I know. Just help. Oh yeah, get your snack. Get your chores done. The productivity. There's something about the end of stream that makes me productive as fuck. I'll be reading them a very fucked up bedtime story. And thank you for dropping your kids off. I'd love to have them. Oh shit, ads are coming. Yeah, little fucked up bedtime story. What's not to love? Okay. The button. Okay. Couldn't decide. Thank you. Oh shit. How old is this water? Hold on. I was about to chug from it, but the last thing I need is to like. Yeah, nah, I'm gonna need to get a different water. I don't know how old it is. Am I the only person that gets a water and then like a cup or whatever, and I refill the cup, but then there's just like one time where I refill the cup and then I just don't touch it, and then I don't remember how long it's been here. This could literally have been here for like 2 days, but it feels to me like it's been here for a week. Oh yeah, I'm so bad at drinking water. pouring water on my head? No. I'm not that down bad, okay? Also, then Prac would be in here being like, where's the wet t-shirt contest? Thank you for the lurkies, thank you for the raid. Have good schneckies. Oh, the cat has arrived. Ah. We've been blessed with some choo-choos. It's the stinky boy time. Cat. Look at the cat. Say hello. Say hello. Why are you always looking down? Okay. You can be up here if I'm allowed to do things. Okay. I don't know. Do we finally I hate pictures, Mom. Seriously, every time I'm like, hey, look at this cat, he just immediately is like looking at the ground like, don't look at me. Do we... I mean, this one kind of like outs him, but is more subtle. It's just a baby. It's just a baby. The only logical explanation is that she doesn't know this kind of insanity was occurring at her workplace. After all, the woman can definitely be a little heartless, but she wouldn't stoop to getting you a job torturing people just to get her rent money. Would she?
Notice Amini.
Oh, I'm afraid your aunt was very aware of the procedures we conduct here. She's undergone one herself, after all. It's part of what makes her such an exceptional recruiter. But please, don't resent her for keeping so much sensitive information confidential. To borrow an expression, we have many fingers shoved quite deep into a surprising amount of pies. That's a fucking statement right there. How do I not take that dirty? Especially since they've been talking about how this man has sausage fingers. Hi, Jack. Yeah, it stinks like D's nuts because you arrived. The tweed behemoth spreads his arms, taking up a dramatic stance. His muscular limbs cast a vast, all-consuming shadow, which, much like the one his company must cast over the world.
Notice Amini.
Societies, you see, are merely sets of rules meant to control select populaces, enforced by means of moral codes and legislative threats. Histories are not, but narratives parading an objective fact, deterministically controlling the future but redefining the past. Economies are broad equations engineered to establish hierarchies and restrict freedoms indirectly. Our missive is to alter the evolution of all these entities, everywhere in the world, for the betterment of our species. This can mean overturning governments with silent revolutions, establishing or destroying businesses to reroute the flow of wealth, even altering history in ways that force us to reinterpret the present.
Home Baden.
Fucking hell, dude. All the world's a stage, men and women merely players, but Smirnocore is the playwright, casting every actor's role. Today, your role has been decided too. And if you care to keep a roof over your head, you should refrain from delivering a disappointing performance. The giant's index finger prods your chest as he speaks. Each tap is like a bullet thudding against a Kevlar vest. Across the mirror, Emiliano screams as though he felt those gunshots too. His cry is an ode to the dark future which awaits you. A future of perpetual and inescapable servitude. Oh shit! It's GeoGuessr time. The This is giving Europe already. We got a Hyundai. That or like the Midwest. That's a very European car. Hold on, never mind. Fuck. Thank you for the tangent. I'm so confused. Oh, okay. I do not want to listen. I don't want to listen to that either. I don't want to listen to that. Okay. Very wartime buildings we got going on here, okay? I'm waiting for Taters to come in here and just say, it's Spain! They got little flowers. Aw, did he buy you flowers? It's adorable. It's not Mexico. There's Cyrillic on this building. Oh no, ah, too far. Hold on. What fucking angle was I at that I saw? I'll never get. Product. Oh, I knew that. I think this is like a little grocery. Skashka. Dude, I have a really hard time. Magazine? It's a fucking gun store? I don't know, magazines? I don't want to automatically say Ukraine or Russia. I don't, unless I see the alphabet, because there's a couple different. Oh, here we go. Vin. No, this isn't. I don't think this is Ukrainian. Laskovsky. Laskovskini. Rajan. Fuck. Yeah. We're gonna... That one. You know, honestly, not bad. I'm taking that as not bad. Okay. And you're done. Okay. Okay. Do we take the job, guys? Probably the most important question right now. Do we take the job? I can sort of read it. My grandma's from Ukraine, so I've been teaching myself Cyrillic for a couple years now. I'm not as far, or I'm not as fluent as I wish I could be. Mainly because want someone to practice with, but I have no one that will practice with me. Because one thing to like learn the vocab and shit, and another to like converse with it. Can I say? I don't know. Can I? There's a fucking map? I think it autosaves. Do we refuse the... I feel like we should refuse the job. For science! Despite the quaver in your voice, your moral code remains unwavering in the face of such adversity. But your giant would-be manager answers that display of courage with a stifled snicker.
Kimau hone.
What? Oh, I'm afraid you're well past the point of refusing anything, friend. After all, we've already signed our first contract, and we use something much more permanent than paper or ink. God damn it, he took my blood! That man's pale eyes drift toward your hand, the one he shook that you thought was bleeding. Looking into your palm, you realize the hunch was fully justified because something did pierce it. There's a lump beneath the skin, a small, subtle, rectangular protrusion you hadn't noticed until now. Probably because it wasn't flashing, let alone making such an obnoxious sound. This, my friend, is what we refer to as non-disclosure microchip, a brand new addition to our confidentiality policy, specially designed by our future partners at Radium Inc. It serves as an ID to access our offices, but also as an employee loyalty failsafe. Should you ever emit brain activity associated with treason, unauthorized divulgation of confidential data, or any such nasty business, the chip will emit a warning signal. Should the warning go unheeded, a lethal dose of rhodinium-210 will be discharged. A nigh untraceable radiotoxic isotope capable of inducing total organ shutdown within seconds. Holy shit, no wonder people... No wonder everybody was so stressed out that they were gonna fucking say something wrong. In other words, lest you care to experience a particularly messy demise, I suggest you remain on your best behavior until you die of natural causes. I've acquired clinical depression and a non-disclosure microchip today. So if I didn't have the depression before, I probably have now. The microchip starts bleeping faster till it matches the demented tempo of your beating heart. No telling which of the two is about to explode first. The signal is interrupted by Mr. Brigard's tisk-tisking as he checks his belt-sized watch. Dearie me. Seems I lost track of time. Other appointments beckon. I'm afraid our meeting is at an end. You'd best return home and get plenty of rest. You'll need it for your onboarding. I don't wanna. Oh, and please don't consider suicide as a solution to prematurely terminate your employment, I'm well aware of your unfortunate mental health diagnosis, but I'd be ever so unhappy to see such a predictable scenario come to pass. Especially since we'd be wasting time replacing you with a doppelganger or otherwise. I'd recommend you try enjoying this if you can. Your moral crises and panic attacks should be like water running off the proverbial duck's back. Yeah, such a fucking full day, eh? As Obuya chuckles, an elevator door screeches open behind you. The open shaft grates you like the gaping maw of a deep-sea fish. You glance between it and your manager, debating which is worse, wondering if you can really leave. When the behemoth smirks and winks at you, amused by the fear, you make a run for it. Your fingers mash every single button at the keypad's confusing display, hoping some combination of keys will get you as far as possible. Eventually, the grillage gate slams shut, the floor lurches upward, and Master Brigard, honestly, Master makes more sense. And Mr. Brigard waves goodbye, speaking the most chilling words you've heard all day.
Notice Amini.
See you tomorrow. Your microchip's alarm slows to a crawl as your hopes and dreams die a slow, whimpering death. Congratulations. You're hired. Proceed to the nervous breakdown. I love the way they phrase some of this shit is just fucking flashbang too, also. I have no idea how long this game is. Does it tell you how many chapters there are? I don't know. I just want to know if I can finish this one day. Is there anyone that says how long? Oh, I can't find it. Whatever. You're back in your apartment, but you're not sure how you got home. Probably because your brain is full to bursting with things you never wanted to know. Smyrna Core. Doppelgangers. Fact Brigard expects you to arrive at 6 a.m. tomorrow and learn even more. It's just too much. For a moment, you contemplate physically clawing out the knowledge festering inside your skull, but the intrusive thought evokes a far too vivid, far too visceral memory of what was happening to Emiliano. And it's what might happen to you next should you choose to disobey. In the end, you do the only thing that makes sense. You don't turn on the lights. Don't collapse into your bed and cry. Don't indulge whatever modest voices normally get you through each day. You merely toss your phone onto the counter, rush into the bathroom, drop down to your shaking knees, and avoid the contents of your stomach into a familiar bowl of porcelain. As per usual, vomiting is both relief and agony. It burns your throat, knots your stomach, makes you wish you were dead. Yet the pain provides distraction from the horrors of the day. Oh. I didn't need that, thank you. Sound effects, thank you, but no thank you. A shame you haven't eaten much. The distraction would have lasted longer. Wiping strands of puke-tinged saliva off your chin, you go to wash your filthy face and brush the bile off your teeth. It's bad for enamel, dentists claim. However, upon witnessing your reflection in the mirror, you freeze. A sagging, gaunter, hollowed-eyed shadow of the person you used to know stares back. It's enough to make you wonder if you've also been replaced. Do we cry ourselves to sleep or search for signs of a lobotomy? Crying myself to sleep is so relatable. It's only 7:30 p.m. You can't handle another second of being awake. Besides, you have work tomorrow. And every single day after that. Until the day you die. And beyond. Basically, you need your beauty sleep. Not bothering to flush your vomit, you leave the bathroom behind and lumber towards your bed. You'll probably regret the smell in the morning, but that's quite literally the least of your concerns. As you navigate the unlit apartment, you sidestep stacks of trash and laundry by memory alone. You haven't tidied up in a long time. The placement of each garbage landmine is familiar enough to be subconscious. And that's what lets you realize that something is wrong. Oh, shit. Floor is squeaky. Wait, fuck. Yeah. Floor is squeaky clean against your feet. Your bed sheets snugly pulled and fitted. The musk of shame and body sweat replaced by one of ammonia. In a panic, you flip the light switch and your suspicions are confirmed. Someone broke in while you were gone. And they cleaned the place. That's like the best thing they could have done, honestly. It's not safe here. Call a friend, ask to stay over for the night. Find out if anything was stolen. You might uncover the intruder's intentions. They cleaned your apartment. What do you think someone's gonna break in? And what, really? This could be Smyrna Core's doing. Check for surveillance equipment. That's what I would do. Do we check for surveillance? Correct. Is your shroomy? Didn't he only take one? Oh, wait, how many do you usually take? There's no mistaking the smell of the cleaning solvent from the office. Someone from the company must have done this. Probably so they can keep an eye on you. Grabbing a screwdriver and some pliers, you scour your apartment for proof. Sure enough, your paranoid hunch is proved correct. Though most of the devices are too small to see without squinting, the more you search, the more you find. There are cameras hidden inside your power outlets, microphones tangled in light bulb filaments, some sort of radio-based photographic recorder concealed in your smoke detector. And the second you try removing one, a familiar screech is heard. You fell asleep in your chair, woke up. You don't remember making burgers. You made them on an everything bagel. Which, I'm trying to decide if that sounds bad or not. And then you used string cheese. Great. Trying to regain a little privacy could end up killing you. And trying to flee instead? Well, Who knows how far you'll far. I think they made a little oopsies. Well, who knows how far you'd really make it if they're aware of your every move. Is it because of your shrooms? Aren't you with taters? In body only. Oh god. You've ascended? You've taken that many shrooms in the last week? Your skull throbs as you contemplate methods to escape, but every option you come up with feels more futile than the last. Leaving the country and changing your name likely won't be enough to wriggle out of Smyrna Corp's grasp. Suicide accomplishes nothing if doppelgangers can replace you. Considering betrayal by leaking company secrets? A pinprick of green flashes beneath your palm as the Smyrna Corp ID chips reacts to your controversial thoughts. As long as this thing is in you, you'll never get anywhere. You have to do something about it. Are they at least good? Oh my god. Crack! Shut. No! Bad. I think my spank command's broken. I tried spanking you and it spanked me instead. Research the device online, you might uncover a design flaw. I doubt that would be online. But honestly, it's probably gonna be better than calling our aunt, who fucking is not helpful. I realized I was in a bottom. Oh god. You've often looked up guides for programming or appliance repair. If you could fix a microwave after tearing it apart, you can almost certainly handle this thing with the help of a good tutorial. Rushing to your laptop. You forgot a space. You boot up a few search engines and begin your hunt for answers. Unfortunately, the search ends almost instantaneously. Yeah. Whether thanks to cameras, microphones, or some hyper-advanced brain scanner, your microchip can even sense you searching for controversial data online, and pushing your luck any further may well lead to a lethal discharge. This is fucked. What the hell? It's even more fucked that they blocked access to social media and porn sites, too. Not the porn! Smyrna Corps likes their staffers to be discreet and chaste for some reason. Oh, no smecks? I can't work here. This isn't okay. The warbled voice is so startling you almost knock the computer off your desk, catching it at the last moment before it clashes to the floor. You whip around the room in a panic, searching for hostile invaders in the corners of your empty home. Only familiar shadows stare back. Not the corn, exactly. Find somewhere to hide before they can find you. Or hiding, because calling out to the intruder never does anything. Taking cover under the barren desk, you whimper as you bonk your head on the corner of the table. You must sound pretty pathetic because the unseen stranger lets out a scornful snicker. Bah? Settle down. I'm not here to hurt you, just trying to give a friendly warning to a fellow victim. Now, come closer. It'll be easier to talk if I don't have to yell through this crappy speaker. Steadily, your eyes zero in on that voice's source. The old cell phone you've treasured for so long, emitting a soft vermilion glow and noises you've never heard it make. This, you suspect, is not a phenomenon the manufacturer intended. Dazed and confused, you flip your phone open. You are not greeted by an icon, a caller ID, or a text message, but by distorted video footage. Deep within the live feed's peculiar reddish sheen, a static warped face stares through the pixelated screen. The image quality is too low to tell if they're a man or a woman, the sound too tiny to decide if they are young or old. There's not two ends tiny. Yet you still feel a nagging certainty that this person is important. Why? Grammarly is a thing. Nice to finally meet you face to face, so to speak. Though I'm assuming you've had better days. Now, I don't have much time to explain what's going on. Listen close and make sure not to hang up. Otherwise, you could be in danger. I wonder if this is a test. Are we being tested? I guess we would get beeps, though. I don't know. A high-pitched pulse of static rings out of your device. Laughter, you suspect. Odds are this person wasn't expecting you to agree so quickly. They certainly aren't complaining either. Thanks. I knew I could count on you. Call me L, by the way. I'd give you my real name if I could, but if Smyrna Core ever picks your brain for answers, they could figure out who I am, where I live, or what I'm planning, and neither of us want that. That you do not, especially since this L person doesn't mean brain-picking in any metaphorical sense. Your palms begin clamming up and your breathing becomes shrill. Maybe this was a bad idea. Don't worry, our connection's secure. I'm commuting on an unlimited frequency that disables your microchip sensors and any other recording devices they might have installed. You can say or think anything you want with me. Smyrna Core won't know a thing. See? Those human resource maniacs only trust archaic, discontinued tech. It's precaution against hacking attempts or something. That means cutting-edge shit is almost always taboo to them unless it comes from a trusted business partner. Since your clunker of a flip phone still connects to cell towers but not to the internet, I'm basically in the biggest, bestest, most unhackable blind spot I could ever ask for. Yeah, they're literally reading my brainwaves, like... It's like a test to be like, everything's fine, you can think and say whatever you want because I've disabled all of the bad things. The stranger speaks with tremendous confidence and breakneck urgency. The fearful thrill of knowing time is limited mingles with their robotic coldness. Better cut to the chase. Yeah, if someone's reading your brainwaves right now, they're probably horny. I don't know if they're horny at this point. They're probably just wild. Who are you and what do you want from me? On your flip phone's warbled screen, L's image shifts and multiplies as their connection grows unstable. They take a deep breath before making their desperate, I'll be honest request. I'm reading a good night story. Who am I doesn't matter right now. What does is the fact I can take down Smyrna Core, dismantle the entire company, reveal what they've done, and set the human race free. To do that, I need help from someone on the inside, and you're literally the only person on the planet I can trust to do this. When did I tell you to leave? Your eyes bulge, your pulse quickens. Stranger has just promised to tear apart the bars of your new cage. It must be a miracle. Or perhaps, too good to be true. That's true. That is true. We want you to be healthy and happy. I don't know how much you heard about Smirnocor's upcoming business partnership during your interview, but they're looking to team up with this humongous tech conglomerate, Radium Inc. That's right, you did hear the name mentioned a few times, just not at the office, but on the news too. Hell, you vaguely remember getting ghosted by their admin team after applying to work there, though perhaps rejection was for the best, since you lacked any relevant qualifications. As the makers of some of the most advanced consumer devices on the planet, Radium's technologies are ubiquitous worldwide. From security cameras to self-driving cars, communication satellites, and smartphones far more advanced than your antenna-bearing model, their digital footprint is everywhere. However, their list of human rights violations is just as vast. Not a day goes by where the media won't report their latest lawsuits, their inhumane worker abuses, their hazardous waste dumping, their illegal data laundering, or even their consumer deaths. It's honestly a miracle the company hasn't already been sued into oblivion. Yaha, Crack. Big love, Crack. Everyone tell Crack they love. Yeah, well, that might be happening pretty soon. I don't know all the details of the contracts are working out yet, but I do know Radium is in deep shit. The company needs money fast, and since Smirnocor is about as cutting edge as a dial-up modem, they see a ton of potential in purchasing a more contemporary competitor. Fuck you. Thing is, this bio deal would help those maniacs control human history at a bigger scale than ever. The second this contract gets signed, Smirnocor will have access to a full suite of new Radium hardware that's already been disseminated throughout the wider public. The kind of tools that could let them crank out more doppelgangers than ever, or even lobotomize people remotely. Think about it. Entire countries could have their populations replaced overnight. Databases of shared knowledge could be scrubbed in seconds. Objective truth and free will could forever become relics of a bygone past. The only way we stop that from happening is by hitting Smirnocor where it hurts, before their deal goes through, creating the kind of data breach this company could never recover from. Yeah. Listen to Chib, Prek. Your cat knows how to talk? That's impressive. That or you know how to speak cat, which is also impressive. You just gotta do the pss, 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 pss to get them back. It works every time. It's the orange cats, okay? They're assholes. Your head already full to bursting bloats with further revelations. You reach for something to hold on to, and almost fall over trying. So many doubts, so many fears, so many goddamn questions swimming through your brain until it feels like your mind is drowning in them. You don't even know where to start. But L's image blurs with worsening static, warning you to start asking soon. Why should I trust you? What does Radium stand to gain if the deal goes through? Why contact me? I feel like why should I trust you is valid, and why the fuck are they contacting us is valid. It's like, is it because we're new to the company, so we're like not brainwashed yet? Or is it because we have an old phone? Exactly. Till a few hours ago, you were a jobless leech living in your relative's cheapest rental unit, surrounded by garbage effigies in a skyscraper of rejection slips. There should be quite literally billions of people more qualified to save the world than you. That's not true. I don't think there's a single person on Earth that could be more perfect for this job. 1. You work at Smirnocore, meaning you have eyes on the inside. 2. You're a new hire, so no one will suspect you for asking questions that give us a way to gather information without much risk. 3. You have that new radium microchip, which is way easier for me to bypass than the older employees' non-disclosure failsafes. 4. You're desperate to escape, so I'm willing to bet you'll take a few risks. And 5. Well, this one's more personal, but let's just say I have a good reason to think you're capable and trustworthy. Bottom line is, I need your help. Specifically, and so does the human race. Their explanation is equal parts sensible and suspicious, but there's an undeniable earnestness to the plea too. The stranger really does think you're a chosen one of some kind, though you're a bit insulted that it's mostly a matter of circumstances and not due to your unique brand of subpar skills. This is... I don't even want to know what I would be thinking if this was my fucking day. This is the same day. We woke up jobless, got yelled at, gained depression. We acquired depression. Just to find out that our aunt had the fucking fix to the problem the entire time. Showed up to that meeting, or the interview. Found out that it was a job where you fucking torture people and give them lobotomies and shit. Now you're home. Found out that they're like creeping on you and shit. But since you are old school with a little flip phone, you're getting contacted by this mysterious person all of a sudden. Like, what the fuck? I had clicked the option where I was gonna go cry in bed. Okay? And now we're here. Why should I trust you? It's a simple yet important query. Believing a random stranger who hacked your phone and invited you to commit acts of borderline terrorism against a company that will kill you at any moment does not sound suspiciously wise. Elle smirks proudly, almost as though they expected this reaction. Crack! I thought you were laying down. How did you fall on the floor? Are you okay? Okay, you fell off the bed. Are you okay? Oh my God, how did you manage to fall off the bed? What are you doing in bed? Oh dear. Look at it this way. Your aunt always said choices have consequences, right? Well, right now your choices have turned you into a perpetual wage slave of a secret mecha corporation from which death can offer no reprieve. Also, your house was robbed. Clearly not a great track record on the decision making so far. Okay, rude. Whether or not you choose to trust me is completely up to you, but if you have any intention of living in a world Smirnocore doesn't control, I suggest you at least choose to work with me, if nothing else. Hard to argue with that. An enemy of your enemy is better than nothing, and you don't need to become good friends to be good coworkers. Yeah, what does Radium gain? Because it sounds like Smirnocore is gaining more than Radium is. This contract sounds more like a one-sided acquisition than a proper partnership. Plus, judging from what little you know of Smirnocore, they don't exactly seem open to compromises. Impending bankruptcy or not, how does this benefit Radium? I know. I'm just like, you haven't made really good decisions today. Are you seriously asking why the ethically subhuman tech conglomerate has an interest in partnering with people who control the world from the shadows? Not to be a dick, but I think the benefits kind of explain themselves, don't they? In retrospect, they kind of do, yes. Still, you can't shake the feeling that there's more to this. Either something Radium is plotting in secret, or something L is deliberately refraining from telling you. Got any more brilliant questions for me, or can we finally skip past the preamble and begin to team up? This whole situation is utter madness, but so is your upcoming tenure at Smirnocore. If you want to live without the shadow of replacement haunting you forever, hoping this L person is your best bet to break free. Maybe even your only bet. Glad to hear you're on board. We might actually have a shot at winning. The featureless face on your phone screen warps nigh indiscernibly. You're not entirely certain, but you suspect L is smiling. When they next speak, their voice is more distorted than ever. Seems your connection is wearing thinner by the second. Crack. Please be safe. Please get some good sleepies. Be careful. Yeah, you can't fall further than the floor, so... Yes. Am I sure of what? That the floor, you can't fall further than the floor? Yes. Yeah, it's probably not super comfy, but if you can't get back up. You know more fun. Can you like tie yourself up to your bed? Do you not have a big bed? I have a king bed, so like I could sleep in the middle. Unless you're rolling around. Are you just like somersaulting in your bed? What are you doing? Alright, here's the plan. There's a maximum security facility deep below your Smirnocore office. Employees call it the Hive. I'm not 100% sure why it's called that or what it does exactly. All I know is that Smirnocore doesn't want any unauthorized individuals finding out what's inside. So just take a little chill. Maybe you'll feel a little bit better in a bit, and then you can grab a pillow and a blankie and rig it up. You need to find a way in. Then you'll look for the most highly classified piece of documentation you could possibly get your hands on. Steal it, escape, and bring it back to me. Then I'll leak whatever's on it to the wider world, and Smirnocore will never be able to operate in secret ever again. This might sound like suicide, but don't worry, you'll have a friend on the inside. The receptionist you spoke to, Mel. She's another one of my connections. I think she even realized who you were, but I wasn't able to warn you about me before the interview started. Either way, I need you two to meet in person and discuss Hive access. She isn't able to share much with me since I have no employee clearance. You, on the other hand, should be all green. Just try to be subtle about it, or she'll oversee your lobotomy next. The phone's distorted static worsens more and more. The warbled face upon your screen no longer looks remotely human. Then, right as the image warps beyond any shred of recognition, you hear some final words of warning from your unlikely ally. You're not... No, bad prac. Oh god. Shit, I have to go. I'll contact you again as soon as I can. Just be sure to act like a good little employer or they'll snuff you out. Make sure you find the Hive, alright? Our utopia depends on it. Welcome back, Wombi! Thank you for the lurky while you do dishes. We'll be productive. Suddenly, your screen shuts off as though this phone ran out of battery. You sit there for a few moments, hoping it might turn back on, but in time, even the dial tone fades. Wait for a few minutes before giving up. Check the caller ID history just in case I can tell you who L is. There's nothing there except the call you had this morning with your aunt. A predictable, if disappointing, outcome. Exhausted, you migrate to your mattress, hoping that you'll dream a better dream than whatever this strange nightmare was. Your head hits the pillow, and a flood of night terrors washes over you. Disturbing, surreal, almost silly stuff. Like zombie apocalypses, or giving speeches in class while wearing lingerie you've certainly never worn before. It is almost a relief to watch such cartoonishly simple frights after a day like this. Part of you wishes they'd go on forever, even if they're scary, and leave you stuck in a headspace where Smirnocore couldn't possibly exist. Yet again, you find yourself wishing you'd wake up somewhere else than this. Yet again, you wish time would ask permission before racing ahead. And yet again, the concept of reality proves to be an unkind, callous bitch. Oh, God, fucking flashbang me, bitch. After a few brief, restless hours, your alarm's familiar chirping demands that you wake up. Time to clock in. Yeah, flashbang. It's been 2 weeks since you were hired, or 10 whole business days, as Mr. Bergard puts it. Feels strange to think of time in those terms now, even stranger than 10 days as it all looks for your life to change so much. What do you do about what? Getting up? Or staying on the floor? A steady paycheck is a welcome relief from poverty, especially when the first one had more zeros than you expected, but you've barely had the motivation to spend a single cent of it, let alone leave the house. Your nerves are shot. You barely sleep. You're losing weight in a noticeable non-fitness journey way. You haven't seen nor spoke to any friends, fearing they might have become or always have been doppelgangers. And every time your hand itches, you wonder if it's the Borodinium finally kicking in. Oh, the brightness? Hope maybe it'll go red mode again, hopefully. Oh, and you're absolutely sick of wearing black turtlenecks. You're pretty sure the cheap acrylic is giving you an armpit rash. Your sole respite from all this misery has been a brand new hobby you've picked up to stay sane. Oh my god. Okay, guys, what's our hobby gonna be? Is it gonna be pirating video games, reading philosophy, or jogging? I don't know. Can I change the camo on this? Yeah, I can't change like gamma or anything. I feel like I'm I'm a nerd. Jogging or philosophy? Oh my god. That's so cute. Because it's adorable. You don't exactly read them by choice. Your other books were stolen in that mysterious break-in. The leftovers all seem written by rich people complaining about their vapid lives. Still, they do offer some insight into minds unlike your own. This knowledge might help you blend into Smirnocor's caste-like environment. Yay! However, despite fears of replacement driving you to seek out new coping mechanisms, despite the dread that washes over you every time you step into the building, well, turns out it's actually pretty easy to forget the threat of imminent doom when you're slowly dying of boredom. Sorry? Why are you sorry? Outlandish decor and blood-soaked interviews aside, your first 2 weeks at Smirnocore were eerily uneventful. You haven't even worked yet, let alone been assigned a desk by whatever administrative team you're assured definitely exists. You've just been locked away in meeting rooms, asked to peruse employee handbooks and attend seminars about workplace culture. The latter are usually hosted by overworked secretaries with better things to do than entertain new hires. What? Who said that they didn't like it? We're just making sure you're okay because you said you fell. Don't have to go anywhere. We want you here. Unless you're gonna go to sleep. Then obviously go sleep. Other than yourself, the office is abuzz with panic. People rush by without a word every time you wave hello or seem on the verge of killing sprees whenever coffee machines start running low. With the Radium Inc. deal approaching, deadlines are tight, overwork is mandatory, and the stakes for Smirnocore's continued future are especially high. Even with your brain reduced to a stew of secondhand stress and corporate bluster, you can't ignore the stakes you're facing. Second that the ink dries on that trade deal, the world will begin drowning in a sea of obfuscation. Exactly. So I did shroomies with you the other day, you dork. At least that's how Elle puts it. The stranger reached out many times since the first impromptu correspondence, asking very, very anxiously if you've managed to track down Mel and prevent Armageddon. Your answer has consistently been a shameful, chagrined no. In theory, it should be easy to track down a receptionist, but you haven't seen her at the front desk since the day you arrived. Maybe she's been on vacation, or maybe she's been too busy supervising prefrontal transplants to smile at visitors. Either way, you were forced to employ some less conventional strategies to track the tired-looking woman down. Do we talk to co-workers at the coffee dispenser, leaving post-it notes with my number on it? Or are we doing stakeouts? Are you though? It's just a temporary thing. Probably. I feel like if I make it too obvious that I'm looking for her specifically, people might get sus. There's no sugarcoating it, you acted like a stalker. You hung out near bathrooms on each and every floor. Circled parking lots trying to guess which car was hers, desperately asked employees if they saw a Frenchwoman passing by. If any of them did, they probably warned her to avoid you. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, people would be like, "Why are you looking for Mel?" Is the game confusing you? Whether discouraged or embarrassed by your not-so-genius stratagem, Ella was quick to propose a foolproof alternative. He sounds like an alien. Smyrna Core will be hosting a free brunch at the office on Friday. I'm guessing the higher-ups want to keep their staff happy after working them to near death. But the thing is, they always make these dumb events mandatory, meaning everyone has to be there, Mel included. Knowing her, she won't be staying long. The girl hates crowds with a passion, but this might be our only chance at getting info on how to reach the hive, so scope out the area and track her down fast. And so here you are, standing in line, plate in hand, waiting for your serving of room-temperature scrambled eggs. The reception area that greeted you 2 weeks ago is barely recognizable. Its thick shadows and thicker ammonia stench have given way to the glare of heated food lamps, tinged by the cloying aroma of undercooked breakfast sausage. A small army of employees fill the lobby with a dull roar circulating between the buffet's unappetizing trays. Dirt-cheap party streamers have been strung between the pillars' once unsettling sculptures and plastered over the silver lettering of the company's engraved slogan. I mean, you could be stuck with it with us. The slogan is no more. Now there's only congratulations. Is it supposed to be spelled that way? That's a big typo. Otherwise. You may already be depressed. The spelling mistake on that banner somehow makes you sadder. Okay. It was on purpose. What do you mean? You got us. You always have us, you dork. Eventually, an old lady snaps at you to quit hogging the goddamn serving spoon, knocking you out of your dissociated trance. Leaving the tray of eggs behind, you navigate throngs of hungry colleagues. You struggle not to spill your food as you squeeze between too many people packed together far too tightly. Mel has to be here somewhere, but picking her out of this horde of identical black turtlenecks definitely won't be easy. If you're going to find her, you're going to need a plan. She's antisocial, keep out for people eating alone. Look for someone who's painfully smiling. Oh shit, it's ad time. May or not listen to this. It'd be a fuck ton, yeah. Especially if they're all wearing the same thing. This is giving Pacific Northwest to me. Or like Tennessee. Yeah. This is so pretty, wherever it is. Ooh, garbage can? Ah! Something county. Okay, it's good. Tell me where are we? Why? God damn it. I can see that it says county. This sucks. Some, like, Pinella? That'd be Florida, though. Motherfucker. Or maybe this garbage can will tell me. No, I want to go this way. Why? Jamie Snyder, Constable, Panola County. I don't know where that is. Has anyone heard of a Panola County? Not. Oh god. Okay, well, if it's between Texas and Mississippi, I'm gonna assume Mississippi. P with a P. I don't know where Panola is. Taters, do you know anything about Mrs. Slurpee? It was giving very much Tennessee vibes, especially that one house, big. I'm gonna put like, I'm gonna put like right here. Fuck. I was asking if you knew anything about Mississippi. but it's too late now. Sorry. Ads are done. Okay. Back to our fucking weird I have a feeling other people are probably like painfully smiling. I would look for someone who's eating alone. You're no stranger to feeling uncomfortable at social events, especially since you don't really know anyone who works here other than Obuya. Identifying other folks you feel out of place shouldn't be too complicated. Or so you hoped. Though you quickly discern which Smyrna Corps employees are antisocial or deliberately keeping away from the tighter-knit crowds. The all-black uniforms and widespread physical exhaustion makes most faces blur together into a vast vat of anti-capitalist sentiment soup. Narrowed search radius or not, you're still stuck awkwardly zigzagging across the lobby trying to get a closer look at each sob-faced stranger. And not one happens to be Mel, of course. Cursing both yourself and this company's treatment of its workers, you try to think of another strategy. And that's when you finally spot her, standing right behind the counter where you had first met. Just below the eye, catching congratulations banner. A sickly pale, sickly smiled woman stands, hair tied in a dainty bun, fork picks at a half-empty plate of grapefruit slices and baked beans, while her baggy eyes scan the reception room, perhaps hoping to spot a certain someone. Could it be you she's looking for? You cross your fingers, hoping her gaze will meet yours by magic. Unfortunately, your life is rather far removed from the convenient tropes of a C-grade romantic comedy. Rather than notice you standing on your tiptoes and relentlessly waving, Mel breathes a defeated sigh, her forced smile facade faltering for an instant. Head hung low and a subpar breakfast in hand, she makes for a nearby elevator, poised to leave the room for good. Also, Chip, I should have listened to you about the northern Mississippi. Because it would have been closer. Shit, she's getting away. You sprint ahead to try and stop her, but she's already stepped into the lift and begun pressing buttons. You won't make it before the door closes, but you need to do something. Shit, it's the only option. Okay. Public embarrassment is a small price to pay for the preservation of free will. You take a deep, deep breath. Fill your lungs to bursting with breakfast-scented air, hold it in as long as you can, and bellow a thunderous Mel. I know my plans. Yeah. Do you, like, you go to school for that or anything? Or are you just, like, a big green thumb? Your voice cracks into a squeaky cartoon parody of its former self before trailing into a rasping cough, but the name which crosses your lips still rings out louder than an erupting volcano. The reception room explodes with gasps and stifled curses, many brunchers dropping their plates, leaving bacon-greased ceramic shards scattered across the floor. Mel flinches much the same, too busy clutching her chest with the desperation of a triple cardiac bypass survivor to even consider leaving anymore. Hopefully her heart won't burst out of her chest before you can actually talk to her. Catching your breath and trotting towards the elevator, you squeeze a quiet apology to your scowling onlookers. Though they all regard you with universal disgust, they're quick to return to the prior conversations or their respective bacon strips. The receptionist's exhausted eyes light up as you approach. For the briefest moment, her fake smile turns to genuine joy, and then to genuine annoyance.
Bunipova.
Oh, you did a tree identification club? I don't even know if I had cool shit like that in high school. If we did, I just didn't know about them. But my school was kind of shit. The one like rich kid school I went to for like half a year probably would have had something like that though. Because they had They had like full-on Dominoes in their lunchroom. Every Tuesdays and Thursdays you could get Dominoes. I wish I was better with plants. Like I really want to get a garden. Like a proper garden, like a pretty much a victory garden, honestly. And then I want to get chickens. And I just want to be able to like self-sustain myself for the most part. Save a fuck ton of money. I guess that would make more sense. Like more of a rural school would probably have that, yeah. It's nice that they have it. It is very important. People don't realize how useful of a skill that is. Finally, I was beginning to think I'd never track you down. Where have you been hiding? Mr. Burgard said you've been coming to the office, but I couldn't find you anywhere. You think you broke your cheese? What does that even mean? Do you have any idea how desperate I was getting? Waiting outside bathrooms with a huge grin, hoping I'd catch you on the way out? Peeking inside the parking lot sedans with my face smooshed against every windshield? It's a miracle no one called the cops on me. She was doing the same shit we were doing. Well, good to know you're not the only one whose search attempts were a flop, and it's a relief to see Saint Saiyan's behaving like a real person for once. Despite her berating, there's an undercurrent of implicit trust to her flustered frustration, an earnestness that could get her replaced where it should shown to the wrong colleague. I'm gonna tell her we were doing the exact same shit. You confess your own consistent screw-ups, which reassures the receptionist. Nothing like mutually reassured stupidity to boost one's crumbling confidence. Then, as if suddenly remembering where she is, Mel's mask-like smile stretches across her face once more. Well, regardless, I'm quite pleased to see you officially join the Smyrna Core family. You see, there's a collaborative task I need your help with. One that's an external client specially requested we both complete in preparation for the upcoming partnership deadline. Do you understand what I'm saying? The woman is speaking in code. Communicating through such secretive means might be the only way to openly discuss Elle's plan without triggering your microchip's treason sensors. You give Mel a firm nod. The woman smiles harder, glancing about to make sure no one is listening. The employees seem too enraptured by their free meal to care. Glad to know I can count on your cooperation. In order to succeed, this task will require us both to have access to the nursery department. That's the official name for what us colleagues refer to as the hive. We like to have fun around here, you see. Giving things funny names like that. Aha! Ha! Aha! Ha! I feel like that's how she would look. It'd just be really fucking dead. Yeah, I know you meant your cheese redeemed, but like, what did you do? Like, how? It just doesn't work anymore? Like, what did you do? What happened? The harrowed woman's forced laugh sounds fake enough to freeze your blood. Your heart suddenly feels like it's struggling to pump ice cubes through your veins. Now, the nursery department is a restricted area. That means special employee clearance is necessary to access it. I already possess said clearance, and I've put in a formal request to give you that clearance too. But from what I hear, it's been refused twice. For some reason. I'm afraid I'll have to blame me for that, my dear. The ice cubes chugging through your bloodstream hardened into a single iceberg as a suffocating shadow looms over you both. Mel's smile wavers as she beholds the horror of what now stands behind you. Yeah. Okay. A beaming, earnest, pure white smile. I want it to hit my face instead of the side of my head and going in my... Oh, like you started fucking with it without backing it, the way it was before? Is it just placed really fucking weird now? Oh dear. Terribly rude of me to intrude on your conversation unprompted, wasn't it? You have my sincerest apologies. I was investigating a disturbance report when I happened to overhear Miss St. Saiyans mention your troublesome little certification dossier. Mea culpa for indulging my curiosity unprompted. The behemoth's booming laughter would almost be contagious if it weren't for his unblinking blue eyes. They bore into your skull and spirit as if searching for every secret your puny mind has dared to hide from him. In a desperate bid to blend in, Mel fakes more laughter in response to regards, but you're too scared to do the same. After all, the way that giant clamps a hand on your shoulder, squeezing like a bear trap biting off a rabbit's leg, makes it rather obvious who the disturbance really is.
Kudo Bijaji.
You spooked quite a few people by shouting like that, you know. There's no outright rule against high-volume speech in this office, but we here at Smyrna Corps expect our staffers to abide by an unspoken code of conduct in the workplace. You stammer out some awkward cocktail of convoluted circumstances and dramatic guilt, praying it will be enough to avoid Obuya's wrath. His bay seat chuckle intensifies as he waves away your fear.
Ajobonica.
No need to panic. Mistakes are only human, and we're nothing if not a human-driven company. Let's just mark this down as a strike one and put the incident behind us, shall we? Strike one? Okay, is he just going to glaze over that whole strike one business? Because that sounds like a major reason to panic. However, sensing your impending hyperventilation, Mel quickly intervenes. Sir, if you don't mind my asking, what's all this about refusing their dossier? I didn't make a mistake writing the application, did I?
Ajobonica.
Oh, heaven! Your paperwork is always perfect, my dear. A work of art whose precision rivals this building's own architecture. No, I'm afraid the matter of our new hire's clearance is a smidge more complicated.
Ajobonica.
In theory, our new hire meets all necessary criteria for nursery access. Her entrance evaluation score was perfectly acceptable, and a transfer request for the prestigious Miss St. Saiyans is nothing to scoff at. However, Smyrna Corps' onboarding procedures are very strict and very extensive for a reason. And every step of that onboarding is completed until every step of that onboarding is completed. I'm afraid I can make no exceptions, no matter how glowing the letter of recommendation. Placing his enormous hand mere inches from the tip of your nose, Obuya begins unfurling his bratwurst-thick fingers. You get the impression that he's about to crush your skull like an overripe grape. Instead, he begins enumerating a series of names.
Kudo Bijaji.
Encryptology, future-proofing, evaporation, substitution.
Gawona Kimo.
Over the course of the following days, I want you to shadow the head of each of these departments and perform a few tasks according to their prerogatives. If your performance is acceptable, supervisors have been instructed to provide a certification certificate to endorse your merit. Once you've gathered all 4 certifications, you will be given unrestricted access to the nursery department, or as some people like to call it, the hive.
Ajobonica.
That's just a playful little pseudonym, of course. We like to have fun around here, you see, giving things funny names and such, don't we, Miss St. Saiyans? The behemoth nudges his pale-faced coworker in the ribs with a jolly chortle. Mel responds a well-rehearsed, if artificial cackle, flashing you a half-apologetic, half-terrified look. It seems she has no power to contest this decision. You're stuck between a rock and a report card-shaped hard place. Understood. I'll satisfy the other department's needs as soon as possible. This is a major hitch in your plans, and time isn't on your side. But sheer determination has a way of letting you accomplish crazy things. With a courageous nod, you vow to gather every certificate before the Radiant Partnership is made official.
Kudo Bijaji.
Ah, that's the spirit. I knew that impressive moxie of yours wouldn't let me down.
Ajobonica.
I leave you the liberty of tackling these certifications whichever order you please. Miss St. Saiyans will be able to fill you in on each department's specific quirks. However, she'll need to do so at a later date. Almost perfectly on cue, Bricard's elegant gold watch begins beeping like a bomb's countdown timer. You're pretty sure most timepieces of such refined design don't come with inbuilt alarms, but you've learned better than to question Smyrna Corps' convoluted taste in custom-made tech.
Noticeably.
My apologies, but duty calls. We have quite a few replacement procedures to complete today. Some poor sod sent the wrong file to the wrong news outlet, and now there's a dozen reporters in need of urgent brain surgery. Might need to cut corners in order to meet quota, but oh well. Sometimes friends and family members are better off forgotten, especially when you work as an investigative journalist. Shall we get on with our day, Miss St. Sains? The sickly pale woman gives a curt nod, trying to keep pace with the behemoth's strides. She flashes you a concerned look from behind her taut mask smile, begging you to stop her from having to do this, begging you to hurry up and complete this task before she has to do it again. The best you can do is smile back and mouth a promise not to fail. Oh shit, I have to go get more water. I still have to fucking... I was supposed to drink for movie, like, ages ago. Yay, dishes are done! As Obuya boards the elevator with St. Sains at his side, his elbow suddenly quirked with remembrance.
Gabona Kimo.
I feel like this chapter is almost over, so I'm just gonna finish this chapter before getting the water. I know, I'm slacking, man. Oh, before I forget, I just want to remind you that we're on a tight deadline with Radium Inc. about to sign. You'll need to start the certification process next week and earn 1 department certificate per day. Otherwise, I'll be forced to postpone your nursery department access until after the contract officially goes through.
Gabona Kimo.
That means no staying up late reading those philosophy textbooks. I know they're delightful reads, but labor must always come before leisure. Fucking chaos! The man lets out a booming chuckle, but doesn't even blink. His eyes remain transfixed with yours, as though seeing through your false politeness. Before you can ask yourself how the man knows about what you do in your free time, the grillage doors snap shut.
Tome Baden.
Enjoy the rest of your breakfast. Both the giant and the lift plunge out of your sight, taking Mel with them. All that remains in their absence is the waft of scrambled eggs and the countless staffers who crave them. Okay. I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll do my stretch here. The dishes are done. Okay. We're back. Epic. Okay. Okay. I'm probably gonna do like one more chapter. Game is a lot longer than I was expecting, I'm not gonna lie. There, I fulfilled both waters. Monday. Mondays always suck, so your post-brunch Monday morning comes far, far too soon. The unrelaxing weekend passed you by in less than a blink. You know exactly why. Countdown to the end of the world has officially begun, and the chronometer is ticking down very, very quickly. As if Mondays weren't depressing enough already, there's not nearly enough Xanax left on Earth to treat whatever misery assails you today. That said, you don't let it discourage you. Elle agreed that the circumstances are far from ideal, but they did insist that the end of all free thought can still be prevented. Not much of an endorsement, but better than nothing. You arrive at the office bright and early, relieved to see brunch trays and banners removed from the reception area. The room's bleak Art Deco majesty is mildly undermined by the lingering smell of subpar bacon that the ammoniac cleaner has failed to wash out. You head toward the elevators, consulting the nearby map, which lists codes to each access floor. Codes to access each floor. Wow. Okay. Also, why it's gotta be the last chapter. Apparently, I can't read anymore. The names of Smyrna Core's departments have been listed next to each one. Encryptology, future-proofing, evaporation, substitution. And of course, the ever-inscrutable nursery. You'll need to collect all 4 certificates to find out why it's called the Hive, and you'll need to get it done in 4 days or less. After all, the Radium Inc. partnership is scheduled to be signed next Monday. Past that point, it'll be too late for Elle to leak Smyrna Core's data to the world. That doesn't leave you a lot of wiggle room. Plus, even though Mel will be more than willing to expedite the substitution certification process, you have no idea what to expect from the other supervisors. Well, only one way to find out. Taking a deep breath, you pick your first battle in the war for certification. Where will you go? Oh. Guys, where do we go? Do we go to substitution, encryptology, evaporation, or future proofing? Who the fuck are they? Are they evaporating people? I'm curious too. Like, what the fuck? Despite following the building map's directions, finding the evaporation department is no easy feat. There are so many unmarked doorways and twisting concrete halls standing between you and your destination. You almost get the impression that the place has been quarantined from the rest of Smyrna Core. Almost like a relative living in a retirement home no one wants to visit. And much like a retirement home, you soon discover a closed-off area that feels old, empty, and reminiscent of a boring tomb. It's a small room redesigned to resemble the waiting area of a doctor's office. I'll be one that hasn't seen any patients or renovations in a couple decades. Weirder still is that everything from the decor to the ambiance doesn't really just feel out of place to you, but to the rest of this office's eldritch, outlandish sensibilities. From the ugly furniture, baby blue felt sofas, discolored by age and disuse, are surrounded by asymmetric coffee tables made from solid plastic. Even an impoverished college student would find these pieces too trashy to pick up from the curb. To the potted plants, ferns, bonsai, and what once were flowers have all wilted into brown paper dry husks, including the artificial ones. Somehow. Their dead hues blend in with the room's boring beige paint job. And even the ugly magazines. Clumsily crammed into rusting racks, most of the kitsch-looking cover pages are too worn with age to be legible. A few exceptions are written in foreign alphabets you've never seen before. The only thing that fits Smyrna Core's usual aesthetics are the myriad monochrome photographs framed upon the unflattering beige walls. Each one depicts some important-looking politician from some indistinguishable nation shaking hands with one or more middle-class representatives. And even if their eyes hadn't been scrubbed out by streaks of black marker, you doubt you'd recognize a single person in those portraits. All in all, you're struck by an odd sense of peace. Kind you'd get when visiting museums or old buildings set to be demolished. Sad, depersonalized nostalgia for a place you've never visited, in an era you've never lived in, that somehow feels as precious as a childhood memory. Hoping for some guidance regarding your certification, you approach a toll booth-shaped alcove, built into the wall. Likely a desk where secretaries would normally greet visitors. Unfortunately, it's completely empty, save for a rusted typewriter and a handwritten note congratulating someone on their recent retirement. Wiping away a layer of dust thicker than cake frosting, you notice the note was dated January of 2005. Well, this isn't a promising start. How are you supposed to earn a certificate from a department that's been abandoned for years? Then as you rack your brain for answers, you finally hear it. The faintest hint of a man's groaning voice. You strain yourself to listen closer and isolate the noise's source. Your ears eventually allure you to a half-open metal door, upon which hangs a cardboard sign, inscribed with ominous words, "Evaporation in progress, do not disturb." A warning, obviously. But in your case, perhaps it could also be a dangerous invitation. Follow that voice, or this doesn't bode well, and leave and come back later. Do we leave and come back later, or follow? I chose life. Leave. Okay. You flee the department's mausoleum-like emptiness, snaking your way through the convoluted pathway you first took to get there. Sounds ominous as fuck. Yeah. You wonder how long it's been since anyone else visited. How sad to be forgotten, even by a company who erases history from collective memory. Where will you go? Okay, where do we go then? We're not going evaporation. We're going cryptology, future-proofing, or substitution. I'm intrigued by future-proofing. Future proof or so wait, okay. Okay, we got 3 people saying future. In your brief time at this company, one thing that always stood out to you is the office's tomb-like silence. Very rarely will you hear people chatting apart from the reception lobby. The background hum of computers omnipresent in any other office is completely absent here. Even the sound of a creaking doorknob from 2 whole hallways away or the echo of your footprints can be startling in this quiet place. It's no surprise then that the first thing you notice about the future-proofing department is how weirdly loud it is. Grillage doors slide open, revealing an open-concept office space which seems to be an awkward mix between a stock market and film set. Headset-wearing employees yell at massive CRT televisions hanging from the ceilings which display ever-fluctuating statistic graphs of every shape and color. The walls are lined with glass-doored boardrooms filled with endlessly flashing camera shutters, while dozens upon dozens of overworked interns wheel out hand trucks stacked full of film set equipment. Honestly, hectic as the scene is, it's a little comforting too. This is a lot closer to what you first expected when your aunt told you about this job. It feels almost normal, despite the uncanny resemblance to a period piece about unsavory advertising firms. But you work at Smirnocore now, and that means you can't ever have anything remotely nice anymore. The more you learn about this place, the worse it's likely to get. Despite the business-based pandemonium unfurling before you, your gaze quickly drifts to an imposing set of double doors at the far back. It's the only room in all of future-proofing that seems built from opaque materials, designed with both status and privacy in mind. Have good CPs. We'll miss you. Yeah, I don't know how much longer. I don't know how long these certificate chapters are, but we'll see. You bet your modest paycheck that this is where you'll find your supervisor, and by extension, the certification you need to enter the hive. All you have to do is cross a minefield of turtleneck-wearing, shareholder-serving zombies without getting crushed under their profit-driven stampede. Easy, right? Do we march to the mob or leave and come back? Okay. Sounds good. Have good lay down. I mean, I feel like we should just, because it's just gonna, we have to go forward in one of them. It's not like these people will get calmer as the Radium Ink deadline approaches, and you'd rather confront a rowdy workforce than risk existential eradication. Puffing your chest, you step out of the elevator and stride toward the other end of the department. Thankfully, the turtleneck-wearing masses are too enraptured by their urgent work to pay much heed. Most don't even look at you, even when you barrel through their tightly clustered shouting matches. It's not exactly easy, mind you. A lot of people are high on some anabolic level cocktail of adrenaline and managerial blackmailing. You need to move very slowly to avoid near fatal collisions with many sprinting future-proofers. One employee in particular, a squat old lady, bumps into you, dropping a stack of important paperwork. As you kneel to help her pick them up, she shoos you away, claiming her boss doesn't want anyone reading spoilers for the upcoming replacement of a Nobel Prize laureate. You're not sure how that related to her documents, though. A few sheets you saw only displayed projections of declining birth rates and anticipated fluctuations of local population xenophobia levels. In fact, the further you trudge across the room, the more incoherent sights and unsettling snippets of conversation you're exposed to. All of them related to fine-tuning public perception of Smirnocor's meddling. Near the televisions, people scream over earpieces for their narrative team to adjust projections, all while watching graphs fluctuate in real time. Each chart appears to monitor some unusual statistic, ranging from global spending habits on contraceptives to political radicalization across age demographics. In a meeting room, employees crowd around a whiteboard overstuffed with bullet points and crude Sharpie illustrations of an exploding aircraft. They seem to be storyboarding a horrific plane crash and disagreeing about the death toll needed for it to qualify as horrific. Yeah, no spoilers. At a photo shoot, vintage Polaroid cameras snap pictures of an actress receiving fake cocaine from a man dressed as a well-known politician. The director keeps telling her to pose more naturally. This is security camera footage, not cinema. Even by the phones. Staffers practically throttle themselves in the rotary phone's coiled cords, trying to both answer and dial multiple calls at once. Each employee seems involved in a heated conversation with a statistician team that's struggling to create a worldwide recession without fully collapsing the economy. Part of you is relieved to know that even a team this big can barely stay on top of Smirnocor's constant post-truth supercherie. Another part is terrified to realize these high-strung, sleep-deprived people are the only bits of flimsy tape still keeping modern civilization's disparate bits from coming unstuck and collapsing. But hey, that's just showbiz, baby! Terrible, terrible showbiz. At last, you arrive before the imposing double doors. From up close, you notice they're made of heavy bronze and are full of decorative friezes. But each side has a different flourish applied to its surface. No problem. Have good work. I hope it goes smooth. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate you hanging around. I know Taters enjoys having you around. Much love. Oh, and the biddies. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you guys for all the biddies today. The left is adorned with bas reliefs of music notes, quills, film reels, and dramaturgy mass. A panel in the center reads, Beatrice Court, Real, Senior Future Proofing Supervisor Narrative Team. The right features mathematical symbols, strings of binary code, and DNA helixes. The panel reads, Felicity Smith, Senior Future Proofing Supervisor, Statistician Team. Judging by the muffled chatter coming from the other side, both these supervisors are engaged in a less than civil disagreement. Still, it can't be any worse than whatever's going on outside, can it? Etiquette is a waste of time. Enter uninvited. Knock politely. An urgent document under the door. Do we enter? Do we look at the paper? Or do we knock? They're in like a heated argument. I if it's loud enough, I don't even know if they'll hear a knock, to be honest. If we pick the urgent one, it might be like we pick it up to be like, hey, this is urgent for you to see, and that's our in. Got a knock? Okay. You wrap your knuckles against the bronze, hoping the two will hear you over one another's insults. Yet the force of your modest knock somehow pushes the doors open, wordlessly beckoning you inside. Whoever set those hinges used really good oil.
Zimo Zuebo.
Goodness gracious, darling. You mustn't leave the portal to my atelier so atrociously agape. My muse requires silence to percolate her inspiration.
Onne bam.
Oh, piss off! He's British. Sorry, hold on. The only thing you... okay, hold on. When I can do accents, but if I think about them too much, then I can't. So I don't... Hold on. Oh, piss off! The only thing your muse needs is a dog muzzle. Or better yet, a botched hysterectomy. Now you, get in here and close the goddamn door so I can hear myself fucking calculate. I don't know, that's what he sounds like. This is getting fucking cringier and cringier, I'm sorry. Whatever you say, new bosses. You slam the office doors shut with a deep bone-rattling gong. As your skull is left vibrating by the low-toned reverb, you step inside the strange room, whose decor, much like the gateway, is split into two distinct halves. The left is quirky and colorful. Countless scrolls and leather-bound books lay stacked together like incomplete brickwork, illuminated by stage lights above. Upon each pile rests countless crystal accessories similar to those featured in homeopathic soul-soothing scams. And under the purview of a theatrical individual, a disturbingly thin woman dressed in unflattering femme fatale fashion and even gaudier gemstone jewelry sits in the middle of it all, like a tacky dragon atop its gussied-up board. Her hands deftly wield a brush and gouaches, painting a photorealistic newspaper cover story. The headline announces the arrest of a multi-level marketing guru. The right, meanwhile, is cold and purposeful. Printer-based adding machines the size of truck engines emit a seizure-inducing amount of rapidly flickering lights. Other than that, the walls are gray, the floor is plain, and there's not a single trinket decorating the supervisor's crowded desk. Much like its muscular overseer, the beer-bellied woman's face looks sterner than an especially unhappy slab of granite, and the sleeves of her turtleneck have been ripped clean off, revealing an even sturdier-looking set of vascular biceps. One arm is covered by a sleeve tattoo depicting a novel-length math equation. The wrist-thick fingers attached to it are busily adjusting an abacus's clicking beads and fine-tuning the knobs of air traffic control equipment. Beatrice and Felicity, you presume? At least you'll have no trouble telling them apart.
Spillegaprea.
My, I don't think I've ever had the privilege of encountering you before. Darling, would you happen to be the new hire that strapping hunk of a man Burgard mentioned?
Monatesu.
Ah, fuck. And if you are, what the hell are you doing here? I already told him we don't have time to onboard some probation period dipshit. I'm too busy getting the fact B is wrong through her thick skull. The bitch is denser than depleted uranium. That accent is gonna fluctuate. I'm just gonna tell you that right the fuck now. How rude. I'm here creating a masterpiece that will be remembered for generations, and all I hear is ingratitude. You know, I can't rush perfection, you dull-witted warthog.
Tefomana.
Yeah, well, I sure as shit can't rush your post-term abortion. Oh my god. And I don't care what you think. The numbers don't lie, and there's telling me your masterpiece is a load of horse shit. As if driving the point home, the large woman points to a bulky computer sitting smack dab in the middle of the dichotomous workspace. Judging by its placement, both women are forced to share it on a daily basis. A cruel and unusual punishment, indeed. The punishment is only made crueler by how unintuitive the massive device looks. It resembles a coal-powered microwave more than a desktop, and uses a flight stick instead of a mouse. Either way, the huge computer's low-resolution screen appears to be displaying a particularly prickly problem neither supervisor agrees on. Before you can ask about the issue in question, both women resume their shouting match, a cochlear rupturing volumes, their insults growing ruder with each successive back and forth. Only after several minutes, when they're forced to catch their breaths, are you given an opening to state your case. State you're here for certification. Get on their good side. Do we get on their good side or just demand certification? Man, that shit. You're not exactly threatening to stay here until you're given what you want, but neither do you intend to back down before collecting your prize. At first, both women seem to despise you taking advantage of the situation, but then they simultaneously seem to decide they can take advantage of you.
Kumibo Siji.
Be a bad bitch. You need a fucking... You need a future-proofing certificate, huh? Well, we do have a couple of those lying around somewhere, but you're gonna need to scratch our backs before we start scratching yours. Indubitably, my dear. After all, what good is recognition without the merit of it being earned? I don't even own Civ 7 yet, Jack. I haven't really been buying games lately. I'm pretty sure I told you that. Pair breaks into a shared fit of muffled laughter, trading snide glances with each other and devious glances with you. Maybe this was a bad idea.
Godazako.
Let me just drop $70 on a game that's similar to 2 games I already have. Let's see, on a scale from fucking squat to fucking everything, how much do you know about the future-proofing department? You unfortunately land squarely in the squat end of this particular spectrum. Felicity seems displeased by the news, but her partner merely smiles, albeit condescendingly.
Kaminomaka.
No need to be embarrassed. Even the greatest postmodernist icons in history started from nothing, although some never did graduate past the finger painting level. Put it in pedestrian terms, our department is charged with 2 particular mission statements, delivering results and maintaining narrative. You see, Smyrna Corps management always has set goals in mind whenever they replace a member of society. Sometimes it's to ensure a person becomes a musician instead of a mechanic to worsen a labor shortage. Other times it's to have an open-minded politician become intolerant, thus restricting a nation's immigration policies just enough to maintain a declining birth rate. I don't know why I'm making her sound like this now. I know it's different, but it's still... Shut up. Well, that's unsettling. How are you supposed to tell which global crises in which acts of social activism are genuine when Smyrna Corps could literally have a finger in every pie? especially when you never even suspected this company's influence until now. The more you think about it, the more impossible the concept of objective truth seems to become.
Jebuniyani.
Now, regardless of context, the storyline around each replacement needs to plausibly convince the world's population without including plot holes that create suspicion of Smirnocor's existence. That's where artists like me come in, drafting scenarios, storyboards, and scripts for paid actors to fine-tune the public's reactions, and by extension their ignorance. Felicity and her goons, meanwhile, fine-tune the results, making sure we reach company projections down to the exact decimal, whether it involves municipal election turnout or international military spending. Glorified bookkeeping, really. Too boring to be worth blithering on about, compared to what I do.
Rana Simeo.
Like a puppet master perfectly pulling a doll's strings, we make sure absolute logic and ultimate emotion work hand in hand to sway an audience exactly as our employers demand.
Monatesu.
Oh, piss off. I work hand in hand. You work head and ass. Now quit being so fucking flowery and speak plainly. We need practical solutions, remember? The skeletal supervisor gives her colleague a look of extreme loathing, biting back an insulting comment that tickles the tip of her tongue.
Ame Yaoppa.
As you may have inferred, disagreements are quite common in our line of work. Statisticians are so obsessed with hitting their projections, they often threaten to ruin our multimedia storyline plans.
Godazako.
And these goddamn egomaniacs are obsessed with jerking themselves off over thematic resonance that they jeopardize every metric we've got for the sake of a cliche plot twist. That's where you come in, tiebreaker. You're a neutral party who can solve today's debate and decide which route our latest future-proofing case should take. Statistical precision or artsy-fartsy indulgence? Tiebreaker, huh? Looks like you might have bitten off a little more than you can chew. Too bad you have to finish your plate if L's plan is going to work. Do we use our clinical depression card? Do we use our clinical depression card? Do we say, can't you settle this like adults? Or what kind? Like, do we help them? I did not know. I love that clinical depression's a card also. Okay, okay, let me throw down the extremely effective. Well, it's nice to have someone believe in you for a change. You are a clinically depressed individual with an ongoing history of failure. Should you be really taking over the misinformation campaign of a world-dominating mega corporation? Hi, Mikey. Good morning. You got your name back. I just noticed. I've been reading so much today, I really need water. This game is so much longer than I expected. Like, I did not think it would be a 2-stream long game. Which, granted, it maybe could fit into one stream of, like, a longer stream, but we're already 5 hours in. I'm doing okay. Been a brain. Yeah. Hope you've been going well. I've been reading so much that I think my brain is melting. Okay. Don't worry, I'd never trust some paste-eating mouth breather to deal with any delicate business. I'll leave that to the competent people. You just need to make a decision so they can get to work. That's somehow as reassuring as it is insulting. Lee's statistician's computer chair creaks beneath her imposing girth as she wheels over to the computer at the center of the room. Rather than a mouse and keyboard, she gestures to a joystick, the same kind that a pilot might use to control a plane. Yeah, brain is braining. Poorly. Now then, you've got to use this subpar dildo of a controller to operate the future-proofing mainframe. You won't have admin rights to access top-secret files, but you'll at least get to read the projection proposal reports. The documents that outline the specific targets our latest future-proofing project needs to hit. There should be a few annotated comments in there left by me and Beatrice, outlining stuff our teams absolutely need to succeed. You should be able to tell them apart pretty easily, because mine actually make a shred of sense.
Jebuniyani.
What my utter buffoon of a compatriot failed to mention is that there's also a projection visualizer. You use it to adjust different components of the initial proposal to evaluate how certain changes would affect our results. Just in case you dare to bring a hint of sensitivity and nuance to the discussion, unlike a certain someone, you're also free to approach us with questions if you've ever cared for a more passionate explanation of our concerns.
Kumibo CG.
Once you feel like you have all the facts, come find us to announce which team's request gets priority, narrative or statistician. You're welcome to argue for an alternative, but it better not be a stupid fucking suggestion. Either way, once you prove I'm right, I'll give you a future-proofing certificate for your troubles.
Spillegaprea.
You're an absolute strumpet. Bribery is completely unacceptable in our office. Don't you know that Obuya will say if he finds out about this?
Ameyaopa.
That being said, if you take my side in this affair, I'll gladly provide a future-proofing certificate of my own. Not to mention my eternal gratitude for feeding this insensitive slob a thick slice of humble pie. This is why I'm not a voice actor. Both women give each other one last death glare before storming back to their respective sides and resuming their confounding work, which leaves you completely alone and alarmingly uninformed. On one hand, it's not like you need to know everything before picking a side, you just could flip a coin and be done in a snap. On the other hand, there's a good chance you'll thoroughly piss off the losing supervisor by making such a major decision on a whim, and you don't want someone who helps dead replacement victims remain undiscovered as an enemy, especially when you have no idea how much collateral damage your choice could entail. You could always butter them both up to minimize your odds of starting a blood feud, but considering your particular skill set, you'd better prepare for the worst rather than the best. Either way, you can't afford to walk out here without certification. Best get deliberating. Oh, fuck. Okay, we got a big question. Do we go learn more about narrative? Do we go with Smith? Do we go to the mainframe? Do we tie break? Or do we search the documents? Oh shit, I think we're gonna have ads. Hopefully we can pick the answer before ads. Or not. Okay, I'll pick the documents when we get out of ads. This looks like a vineyard. Are we in like northern Italy or something? Oh yeah. Do I have any fucking clue where this is in Italy? No. Wah. I pick here. I don't know. It was Spain! Don't tell taters it was Spain. I'll never live it down. It's fucking Australia, isn't it? I feel like it's always Australia. This is between you and me. Okay, don't don't tell taters. Okay, we're searching documents. Your rummaging reveals nothing so convenient as an instruction manual. Just a few administrative meeting notes for different future-proofing projects. You skim one, hoping to learn more about the department, but only leave more confused than ever. Hey, we got some notes. And now what? You don't have serial number roads? Yeah, every time you're not here, I get Australia, by the way. And then I didn't get it right because I think it's Canada. I always think it's fucking Canada, then it ends up being Australia. It's a sad time. Should we talk to any of the ladies? Or we do go to the mainframe? Or do we tie break? Wanted to get some knowledge. Yeah. You approach the awkwardly archaic computer, fumbling with its deliberately cumbersome controls until you find a way to turn it on. As the tiny screen alights, you grab a hold of the joystick and prepare to scour its suspicious contents. Oh? Beautiful. Hey team, in regards to Beatrice's future-proofing proposal, we are not going to kill that many people. We are not going to turn their deaths into a publicity stunt. We are not creating a multi-billion marketing campaign to justify one measly fucking doppelganger. We are not going to let that string bean shit-talker usurp my authority. The department is still struggling to recoup the funds we wasted on court Real's last stunt, and I can't afford to have more statisticians quit on me the week before the merger. That means we turn off the violence button. We guarantee low fatalities and give ourselves the biggest time frame possible to ensure we can coordinate this case properly. I don't care how many corners those fruit baskets in the narrative have to cut. I'm keeping us above the budget threshold this time. End of story. If Beatrice complains this isn't fair, or that this compromises her artistic vision, or that this unconvincing alternative could result in an unintentional nuclear holocaust, well, she's probably right, but just tell her to piss off and do your jobs. We have deadlines to meet. Also, whoever complained to HR about my vulgar language, grow some balls, you fucking pussy. Regards, Felicity Smith. I think that's me, and I think I found me in the game. Medicinal overdose, too cliche, overdone. Chainsaw fight to the death? Very visually striking, but a bit 1985 for my taste. Could be interesting if we mailed some limbs to their next of kin, though. It could be like a human bead curtain, and we could even scroll a big graffiti. Sex orgy gone wrong. tempting, but Kuroka would never agree to those terms. Also, it contradicts her target's character arc. Claim the data leaks were fake and don't kill anyone. Whoever suggested this, you're fired. I'll expect your letter of resignation and lobotomy appointment confirmation on my desk by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Okay. Hello, darlings. Regarding future-proofing case, I've already decided on the perfect story to tell for this assignment. In order to both discredit Redacted and exterminate her loyals, this one fell swoop will be altering existing news reports, found footage, and family photos to make it seem like she was a woman who went utterly mad after the death of her son, after which she became the leader of a deranged, bloodthirsty cult preaching nonsense about the shadowy government. The assassination of her followers will thus be concealed under the guise of a mass public suicide she herself requested. And I do indeed mean mass. We're talking thousands upon thousands of deaths in an explosive spectacle Eastern Europe has never seen before, except for that one time. Yeah, that one little time. Yeah. Not only will this guarantee an extremely high global deception ratio, but it will make for a truly poetic tale of heartbreak and lost purpose. Remember, everyone, nothing makes people pay attention like violence. We want high fatalities within a short time frame to really make people pay attention. It's the only way to make them forget what really happened and to have them embrace our version of the truth. Also, please ignore Felicity if she complains that this plan is too expensive. Yes, we're essentially tripling the initial death toll. Yes, it will put us over budget, but we need this plan to work, or it could jeopardize the entire Radium Inc. contract, if not accidental democracy itself. Remember, no cost is too great to create compelling art. Much love. What? Is that Abu? From Aladdin? Good morning, ladies. This future-proofing... I don't know if I was supposed to... I don't know. Oh, you know what? I probably need... There's like a tech thing I could have got. If I got the tech thing, I probably could have hacked it. Damn. This future-proofing request comes directly from the new head of substitution, Abuya Burgard. Unfortunately, due to a major encryptology department oversight caused by Mr. Aguilar, his lobotomy appointment has been scheduled for redacted. There's been another significant office-wide data leak, which includes confidential company information. It is imperative that we contain the spread of misinformation prior to the Radium Inc. merger, signing on redacted. Today's target is blank, as a known Romanian whistleblower has been illegally divulging leaked Smyrna Corp data to the public. Though people mostly view her claims as a paranoid conspiracy theorist rambling so far, she's attracted a rather large following of political dissidents who believe some Illuminati-esque organization is controlling their government from the shadows. We've already commissioned a doppelganger to replace Redacted and testify in court that her claims were pure publicity stunts. Your job, however, is to further discredit her claims by killing all her known supporters and making the Smirnocorp leaps retroactively look nonsensical through the historical revisionism strategies. Be sure to do so at no greater cost than blank 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 USD, as our coffers are running thin with all the pre-partnership expenses. Also, this goes without saying, but for the love of all that is holy, please try to communicate with each other this time. Beatrice accidentally doubles the death count for her drama, or Smith cuts corners on assassinations to fit the budget again, I'm pretty sure Mr. Regard will be cutting me. Be sure to double check the projection visualizer and to submit your report notes for approval. Good luck and Godspeed. Best. Blank blank deceased. Okay. Step away from the mainframe, rubbing pixel-induced visual snow out of your eyes and massaging your aching temples. That machine is a total pain in the ass and head, obviously, but more concerning in the fact that both Smith and Beatrice seem to be telling the truth as far as you can tell. There's no way to make both future-proofing teams completely happy. Still, it doesn't mean things are completely hopeless. Maybe you could needle Court, Rail, and Felicity for more information and use your unique talents to uncover something they overlooked. Assuming you have the right skills for the job, of course. But if you still can't find an answer after all that, you might have to admit defeat and just pick a side. You still get your certification that way, and hopefully the supervisor you don't choose to side with won't try to cut your head off, figuratively or otherwise. Alright, Wombi. Do we announce a tiebreaker, or do we go to one of the ladies? Kinda leading Smith, I'm not gonna lie. Tiebreaker? The room goes deathly silent. Court Rail whips around from her painting, splattering gouache onto her books, while Smith's clicking abacus comes to an abrupt stop. Both stare you down like hungry dogs starved enough to bite the hand that feeds clean off. As if by coincidence, your microchipped palm starts aching.
Suji Fazoki.
You better have read those reports properly, tiebreaker. I won't be happy if I find out you pulled nonsense out of your arse to defend those morons in narrative.
Zimo Zuebo.
Oh, please. You should be glad they made up nonsense. It's the only way they could ever justify taking the statistician teams aside. The mismatched pair exchanges more vicious looks of vile hatred, tempers boiling hotter than ever. No matter how this messy situation ends, it sure as hell won't end quietly. When both women finally turn back towards you, their steels feel like shotgun barrels awaiting an excuse to fire. So what it'll be, did those ditzy twats in narrative get to veto this case? Or will the statistician barbarians be wrongfully put in charge? Do we do a controversial compromise? Do we go with Beatrice? Do we go with Smith? I kind of want to go with Smith, but I also kind of want to go with a compromise. Because it did say in the thing that Smith usually tries to cut the budget too much, but then Beatrice overdoes stuff, so like there's a little middle ground. Oh my god, okay. It's not like you need to play Peacemaker, you'll get your certification either way. And not only does this minimize the risk of being targeted by a spurned supervisor, it also limits the damage this demented department could inflict. I don't have Siri. What it doesn't minimize, however, is each woman's outrageously offended reaction. The prospect of setting their differences aside or simply not screwing one another over appears as unforgivably immoral to the prospect of legalized pedophilia. Oh my god.
Buvako tiga.
I beg your pardon? You want me to compromise the quality of my craft, which the entire company depends on for survival, also that this brick-faced brute can justify doing less work? There isn't the slightest chance I'll agree to those terms, least of all for her sake.
Godazako.
Same as me. As far as I'm concerned, why am I Australian? Whatever. Either way, I'm on the highway when it comes to this case. Besides, I ran the numbers myself, trying to implement both our plans at once, as they are now. The big goddamn catastrophe. No shot am I gonna play it lovey-dovey with this dipshit drama queen.
Tefoma.
Not unless you have some solid, indisputable proof of a functional plan B, that is. There's a lilt of expectation in the lead statistician's voice, an uncharacteristic hint of optimism she's wary to indulge. I hope you might have caught something that she's overlooked. Beatrice, meanwhile, isn't nearly so subtle. Dismally thin diva leans forward, brows arched at quizzical angles, lips pursed in anticipation. You better show them a proper guarantee, otherwise they might go back to open, outright hostility. Do we make it up or do we dig for more proof? I was kind of hoping that we already had enough proof, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to make it up. I just want the paper so I can go to bed. Dig for more. Dispute resolving evidence doesn't exactly grow on trees, but you don't know enough about botany to be 100% sure. Either way, both supervisors reluctantly acquiesce to your request. Though both order you to hurry up and pick a winner soon. You just might have to do that if your tree hunt turns up zilch. You're going to be altering humankind's perception of reality in a way that potentially involves mass casualties. You'd better do so within all the facts at your disposal. You poke Smith's melon-sized shoulder, which, much like you would poke a sleeping bear, best left undisturbed. Muscular woman rotates her computer chair to face you, all while muttering something unflattering about your mother's choice of sexual partners. Her straight cut bangs neatly frame her anger-slanted eyebrows.
Vabegomo.
This better be important, tiebreaker. I don't like being interrupted when I'm doing math, least of all when it involves figuring out how many E. coli cases are needed to make an arugula farmer go bankrupt. It's more than you think in case you were wondering, especially once that brain-dead dipshit Beatrice gets involved. You most certainly were not wondering, but agricultural atrocities and harsh language aside, you do have a few questions about the case at hand. Though Felicity's harsh glare furrows more than ever, you notice the corner of her lip quiver as she struggles to hold back a smile. Seems she actually appreciates you getting her opinion.
Tefomana.
As long as you don't waste my time with stupid fucking questions, you're welcome to ask whatever you want. Especially if it involves making my job easier and taking Court Rao's ego down a peg or two. Perhaps emphasizing the mean-spirited suggestion, a hunk of machinery behind her words in response. This sounds strangely similar to a jungle cat's satisfied purr. You have no idea what the fridge-sized device's purpose is, only that Smith keeps glancing at it as if you've been blinking. Every blinking light and high-pitched beep were integral to her ongoing equations. Despite how vocally she despises her narrative partner, it seems Felicity is primarily concerned with doing a completed complicated job correctly, which is completely understandable considering the consequences a single botched decimal could have on the world at large. Hopefully your conversation will reveal a way to actually do that without worsening her already delicate rapport with Beatrice or setting her sights on you instead. Blindly fiddling with the mainframe yielded no promising alternatives. You need some more precise guidance to fine-tune a satisfying compromise. Thankfully, Felicity seems more than willing to air her grievances in excruciating detail. A guttural growl ripples through the supervisor's moose-thick neck, her irritation towards Court Rael palpably swelling. She does not, however, seem irritated at you. If anything, she seems satisfied that you review documentation before speaking to her as any true statistician should.
Kumibo CG.
Let me put it this way. That stickbug of a woman creates future-proofing scenarios the same way glue-huffing high school boyfriends try to have sex. Both keep insisting things will be big, loud, and unforgettable. Instead, they mostly end up disappointing, full of unexpected complications, and finish faster than they started.
Kumibo CG.
See, Beatrice keeps wanting to crank up the casualties and spectacle of each case to absolutely batshit heights over and over again, all while leaving us to no time whatsoever to fix the thermonuclear trash heap those overscoped scenarios create for us. I don't dare care if this case ends up more boring than sugar-free oatmeal at a Mormon's book club. I need Beatrice to keep this simple for once, low risk, low expense, and drawn out instead of sudden. Something that gives my statisticians plenty of time to deal with unintended consequences as they pop up, rather than scrambling to fix a million fuck-ups at once. That, or she should target a limited audience instead of the global appeal bullshit she usually aims for. Ideally both. The bulky Smyrna core accountant continues her explanation by using an increasingly incomprehensible combination of advanced analytical terms and belligerent curse words. It's not every day you hear the words predictive geospatial evaluation system and bath toaster suicide in the same sentence. In the end, the woman's offensively expansive vocabulary proves too confounding. You end up disassociating from the conversation halfway through, while Smith goes on a completely unhinged bender about SEO optimization and shoving Sandblaster sideways up a certain supervisor's anal cavity. There might have been a clue in there regarding how to make her team happy during the course of this debate, but you may not have the technological acumen necessary to actually exploit that clue.
Vabbè, gomo.
Anyway, nothing's stopping you from just accepting my current projection outright. I'll argue it's in your best interest. It would make me happy, and I'd make Court Rael absolutely fucking livid. And there's nothing I want more than to see that soap opera skeleton sweat the same way she made me sweat.
Godazako.
Now, go get some. You got something else to ask, or are you done talking my goddamn ear off? I am in fact done talking, okay? Yeah, that's enough chit-chat. The bulky bookkeeper mutters on, especially irate finally before returning to her unknowable equations. Abacus beads clicking away. Hopefully she'll cool off once this disagreement is sorted. I'm just gonna go with Smith. Though you're not entirely sure why Felicity cares so much about getting her way in this case, you'd rather put the fate of the world in the hands of someone with sharp mathematical acumen. Plus, you're pretty sure she'll beat you back black and blue if you get on her bad side. Upon declaring your decision, Court Rael's hands go to her mouth like a gasping actress from an old film noir discovering her husband's conveniently located carcass. Felicity, meanwhile, pumps her fists and cheers like a ravenous wrestling fan witnessing the mother of all pile drivers.
Monatesu.
Eat my ass, B. I told you I was right. Thanks, tiebreaker. You just saved me a lot of headaches. I can't even begin to tell you how much easier it is to stagger all of those suicides over 5 years instead of 2 weeks. At least she's happy about it. Maybe a little too happy in your humble opinion. Before you can decide how to feel about this less than celebration worthy outcome, the lead statistician slips you something strange. A diploma-like sheet of cardboard punched full of uneven holes. On its surface, the words future-proofing certification are inscribed in blocky font.
Kumibo CG.
Hell yeah. Got think we needed 4 of these. We got 1 of 4. If I knew how fucking happy this would make me, I'd have promised you something better, but hopefully this still holds up my end of the bargain. Slip it into the punch card slot on the elevator's control panel once you collect the rest. That should give you unrestricted access to any area of this building. Oh well, at least it pays to be evil in this messed up place. Thanking Smith for her generosity, you quickly pocket the precious punch card. Yet, as she begins to offer you a firm-looking handshake, Beatrice grabs hold of your turtleneck sleeve. Her painted nails pierce through the fabric as she glares at you with eyes made wide with makeup and wet tears.
Tomo capeme.
Why would you do this to me? Do you realize the consequences this decision will have? You've just agreed to create an apocalyptic plot hole in one of the company's most sensitive replacement cases ever. And for what? I mean, didn't you read the notes I left in that report? As a matter of fact, you did. You even cite a few specific comments left by both supervisors that stood it to you as a way to prove you did your homework. Though Court Rail hardly seems happy about it, her grip does loosen somewhat upon learning you didn't make this choice on a whim.
Camino Maka.
You know, dear, I believe you should have chosen differently. If you'd actually come to speak to me, I would have taught you just how important a good story can be in this line of work. While you did have all the facts, feelings are important in our department too. Oh well, perhaps I overestimated your creative proclivities. I suppose rubes do outnumber the artists in this office after all. She's sure loser much. With one final dramatic huff, Court Rail returns to her side of the office, resuming her portraiture with considerably less gallivanting gusto than before. There's a bit more spite to her brushstrokes, a bit more sloppiness to her technique, splattering dollops of gouache onto her workstation's book and scrolls. She appears quite plainly to be ignoring you, much like Smith herself, funnily enough. Back to work as usual, you suppose, considering how quickly you got over the dispute, spats of this skill must be rather common. Maybe you should take your certification and go before either woman decides to make you into the jury for another argument. Bulky statistician gives a thumbs up, shouting another grateful comment about how you helped tell Court Rail to go fuck herself with a farm implement. Maybe you should get out of here before Smith lands you in more trouble. Navigating the nonsensical bustle of the central future-proofing area, you fight your way through overworked crowds, unwilling to spend another second in this glorified advertising firm's psychopathic halls. Things could have been a lot worse, all things considered, but you're in no hurry to stick around and find out what fresh hell these people plan to assign to you next. Clutch your hard-earned certification close, hoping it was worth it. 1 down, 3 to go. You really hope the others won't be this hard to get a hold of, but somehow you doubt that. You board the elevator and type in the password to access the lobby area. As the grillage doors snap shut, the area's deafening brouhaha of overworked employees fades into the background. Your skull, meanwhile, keeps booming with the headache this mess of a day gave you. Seems you'll need a good long break to fix that tonight. At first, you consider watching a trashy, high-budget comfort food blockbuster movie to take your mind off things. But upon further reflection, the last thing you want is to expose to even more soul-crushing, revenue-driven, projection-based art. Not only has Smirnocore committed countless crimes against humanity, but they've also ruined trash-tier cinema, both of which are equally unforgettable crimes. You're more motivated to stop them than ever. Okay. I'm done yapping. I'm tired. My face is tired. I am intrigued by this story. How the fuck do I get out of this game? Oh. I wasn't entirely sure what I was expecting. It's definitely longer than I was expecting. I could say that. Who the fuck is awake? Ooh. Nah, it's okay, Wombi. You mostly miss like the build up, I guess. Ooh, Liana's on. See? Okay. Oh no. Oh, this is bad. I can't. My head. This was great timing. My headset just died. Cool. Love that for me. Shit. Okay, it's a good thing you guys don't need to talk to me. Where is she? She's playing Visage, so it works with the spooky vibe. Yeah, fucking tons of reading. I've been reading out loud for 5 hours and 40 minutes. But yeah, thank you guys for sticking around. I know this is like a lot more reading than I was expecting and probably not that exciting, but we'll probably finish it tomorrow. I don't see why I wouldn't finish it tomorrow. But yeah, if that game did interest you, it is dropping in a couple hours here. Okay, no. Yeah. Shit. Okay, I'm running out of time. I love you guys. Thank you for sticking around with me. Thank you for the raid movie. I very, very much appreciate, and I love seeing you guys. And thank you for all the biddies and the subbies and all the fun stuff. And I will see you tomorrow. And you give Liana so much love and have fun being spooked by Visage and yeah. Bye.